When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Merry Christmas, good Yule, and Happy New Year. It says the bit rate is low. I hope we're coming through nice and clear. Today in our gathering, we will discuss no playground for white children, no health care for white people. We will also have Carlisle with us to tell us about a proposed vaccine record database. I will empower you to dominate your family and friends over these holidays with Going Free Lesson of the Day, the universal and invincible response, and a slew of ways that we are victimized by anti-whites. You'll be able to share this with those friends and family that say, white people aren't harmed, nothing bad happens to us. And your comments and calls, but of course, most importantly, for all of you adult children listening with your parents or guardians, what do you call a snowman with ripped six-pack abs? Well, you call him Sir, but you also call him the Abdominal Snowman. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C., 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And it is that time of year. A Merry Christmas, good Yule, Happy New Year to every single one of you. It is magnificent to be with you all. If you would like to make a comment or have a question over the course of this gathering, please tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms that you are able to watch the stream on. which I hope is coming through nice and clear at this point. And if you have any financial gifts, you may do so on Odysee at a cost of, I believe it's about 13% to you, on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you, or on Cash App, which is free to use. The links, the URLs for all of those are in the description below, and we want you to participate over the course of the gathering, because that is what this is all about. It is about learning. It is about growing, all of us, yours truly included, in our service to white well-being and reclamation of our destiny, robbed from us long before our births. I want everybody to also know that you may financially gift by way of cryptocurrency, and you can do so by going to knowwhiteguilt.org. That website is knowwhiteguilt.org, and you may financially gift there. And looks like over the past week, I don't think I mentioned this last week. In case I didn't, I will mention it again. We had an anonymous gift of $24.57. So thank you very much. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for that anonymous gifter who financially gifted $24.57. Thank you so very much. You may, to continue with what I was saying, financially gift over at knowwhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab and you will see cryptocurrency addresses there, and the cryptocurrencies that I will take. Please do so while they are yet have some strength left in them before they plummet, as they are wont to do occasionally. You can do a lot of good with a little bit of crypto in service to white well-being. Keep that in mind so that you're not 2 months down the road and thinking, darn, I really should have done the crypto thing when I had the chance. Now it's worthless. Again, as we go on the roller coaster ride. You may also send letters to me there. There is a snail mail address, and you can, as folks you'll see here, send letters, wonderful cards, and I'll be sharing some of those, some of the Christmas cards that I received over the past week. It is wonderful to see you all, and I see the great Brand Danger is with us, Promethean Epoch. We got a wonderful gathering for you all today. As I say, big Merry Christmas, good Yule, and Happy New Year to every single one of you. We are decked out with even more decorations, courtesy of the one and only great Elaine Sabatino. So please, let's get a round of raucous emojis together for that wonderful lady. And you'll be seeing some more of her magnificent creations over the course of the gathering. Also, let's get together another little round of raucous emojis for Marie Curie, whose $800 financial gift for the travel down and back to see Mama Fraulein Dresden, to bring her the love and cheer of this community and brighten her heart and soul in this trying time for her, and also this especially trying because it is a Christmas time. And so you have that cheer that is always shadowed by those feelings of sadness, even in the best of times, but certainly when you have just lost your daughter. So that financial gift, indeed, I confirmed with Entropy. It did come through. And thank you so very much, sweet lady. Big round raucous emojis for Marie Curie once more. And we're going to jump right into the wonderful festivities today. And I think to do so, we will begin with some of the change makers in the community in service to white well-being, people who are changing the world in which we live so that we can take these steps, each baby step productive in the reclamation of our destiny. These are the great people in the outreach team and in Western media. And we will hop over there right after this.
For thousands of years, midwinter has been the season of giving for Westmen of all varieties. In our ancient European roots, during Yule, it was customary to make a plate of food for an ancestor who had passed on. In today's Asatru tradition, days 4 and 5 of the 12-day event are dedicated to the values of generosity and hospitality. In the past, it was also a time to take inventory and determine if one had enough food stored to make it through the second half of winter. It is believed that those with plenty would often give to those in need so that the community could make it through the harsh times ahead as an extended family. Community is the value celebrated on day 7 and honored by doing something for the community on that day. Boxing Day, which is celebrated on December 26th and originated in England, was traditionally a day devoted to charity, to giving gifts to the poor. Those with plenty would spend Christmas Day feasting and exchanging gifts, and the next day they would give their excess to those in need. This year, on Boxing Day, I will be having my children put some of their old toys in boxes and donating them to less fortunate families. Christmas is currently the largest and most widely celebrated holiday among all of Western kind. It is arguably the pinnacle of our holidays and is centered around the birth of Jesus Christ. Families and friends all over gather to feast and exchange gifts around a decorated evergreen tree, a tradition that honors both an ancient Asatru tradition and honors the memory of the 3 wise men who visited the baby Jesus and bestowed him with gifts of frankincense, myrrh, and gold. Wherever you are and whatever your faith, midwinter has been a time of giving for as far back as our people go. 'Tis the season for giving, and in keeping with our inherited traditions, those of us who are able should seek to find ways to give. It's important that you don't just donate to any old cause, as many self-proclaimed charities and good causes, with a little research, can be found to operate in accordance with anti-whitism, such as we have recently seen with the Salvation Army. With this in mind, we ask that you try to find people of your folk who are in need, or find other good souls who work to help our folk. One suggestion is to give to the victims of the recent Waukesha anti-white terror attack. GoFundMe has a page where you can find all the active and confirmed legitimate pages to donate to those victims. The link is in the description. You can also donate to a local drug addiction treatment program. If you want to ensure your support goes mostly to our folk, find a charity in a smaller city or town that is still populated with a white majority. The Asatru Folk Assembly frequently holds food drives. You can donate to them. Many Christian churches in rural areas also need help, and they too serve mostly white communities. The Appalachian Outreach Charity, which has zero connection to us, and will likely denounce us as heretics to anti-whitism, nonetheless does a lot of good work in rural West Virginia. You can also purchase many of the gifts that you intend to give loved ones this year from our people, keeping the money in our community by not giving it to anti-white corporations. You can visit westernkind.family to find coffee, tea, artisan soap and candles, music, art, and literature, all from white positive confirmed people and companies. If you are able to give this year, please just be sure that where you give is what's best for Western kind. If you need assistance, please leave a comment so that we might talk with you to determine if we can help or to assist you in finding the help you need. If you have a business or charity and you focus on white well-being while not negatively focusing on non-whites, please fill out the listing request form on westernkind.family and we will review your request. To all of our people all over the world, Merry Christmas, Happy Yule, and may this season of giving be filled with love and joy for you and yours.
Well, wasn't that wonderful? Western Media, folks, make sure you follow them. Those are the good folks over at the outreach team doing so many magnificent things, and we are very grateful. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis for the great work they're doing, and in particular, that wonderful Merry Christmas, Good Yule, and Happy New Year video that they made there. There was wonderful recommendations. And let's get really excited because that champion of a gentleman, it seems, Mark Dice. And I've been receiving just this inundation of folks reaching out to me. And I want to thank Matt, who's credited with reaching me first with the statements of Mark Dice today in a video. He's clearly called to challenge, to take on the evil of our day, which of course is anti-whitism. That's destroying Western civilization for everyone that lives here by victimizing Western kind and white erasing us from the civilization that we and only we can create. But I have another video of him, I think it was just a couple of days ago, and we can share that quickly, and then we're going to get right into no playground for white children news, as well as the no healthcare for white people. Is that right? Let's see. First, though, we'll see. Where is this video of Mark Dice? It's, let me see. It is here. Let's have just a quick look at what he has to say here. Listen up.
To be clear, anti-whitism isn't reverse racism. Never use that term. Reverse racism is a semantical trick to try to convince people that racism is always a one-way street. It's always something that white people do to people of color. I almost said minorities, but white people are a minority on planet Earth.
Wow. I just have to say, wow. What a great guy. Make sure you follow him and give him a pat on the back. Thank him, especially this time of year. Thank him for doing the right thing when it comes to taking on the evil of our day. This does not mean that he is like a champion of white well-being or anything of that nature, but he is clearly one of the champions of Western civilization who is answering the call that every good person feels of every immutable characteristic to take on the evil of our day. And there is one evil, and we know what it clearly is here in service to white well-being. It is anti-whitism, and there is no sense in calling that demonic monster by any other name. Never listen to its utterances when its lips open and its forked tongue slicks out of the mouth. You call it anti-whitism. That's what we do. And thank you so much to Mark Dice, a truly funny guy, and who's doing the right thing in service to everyone who lives in Western civilization. Let's jump on over to the news we have here. And don't forget that we're going to be talking shortly. So if you are interested in being able to dominate your friends and family at the conversations at all of these get-togethers over the next couple of weeks, then you want to stick around, because I am going to empower you with some of the most puissant, so that I'm not directly redundant, concepts that you will be able to wield at these family get-togethers, these dinners, depending if you're in a warm part of the world, barbecues, these get-togethers that you're going to have with friends and family whom have dominated you for so much of your life, who have thought that you were immoral, have made you feel like you were the bad guy, have made you feel like you were the demon in the world, have embarrassed you in front of your family members. Think back just a moment ago. I'm going to get right into this, but think back just to yesterday. We had the great Naterific from the outreach team, and he does so many other wonderful things in service to white well-being. And he was in conversation with a family member who had come to visit, or he had gone there to visit, and they were using the anti-white slur, people of color, which of course excludes Western kind from humanity. And he initially asked the person, will you please not use that phrase around my children? The person pushed back, and because didn't like having their language challenged, their language choice. And he finally said, look, I don't want you telling my kids that they are colorless non-people. Do not say people of color in front of my children. And they backed right down. And they'll be backing down forevermore in the boardrooms, in the family get-togethers, in the retirement parties, in the festivities at sports events. They'll be backing down ever more as we spread these powerful tools to people with love, hope, and redemption to those out there who are good in their hearts and who are focused of all backgrounds and who are focused on the good of all people across our countries, Western civilization. But I'll tell you some folks who are not focused on that. Colorado Elementary School promotes what they would call, quote, families of color. And there you have that anti-white slur, ladies and gentlemen. This is in National Review. A families of color playground night is what they're calling it. So in other words, it is an anti-white night at the playground. No white people permitted. What do you talk about? What's the difference between you and others in the white sympathetic sphere? Be they openly white sympathetic or implicitly white sympathetic? Maybe they're antagonists and very foolish, and we feel sorry for those people and we pray for them. Or maybe they're conservative types. Maybe they're Republican types. What would they say about this? How would they talk about this? How would they address this with their friends, family, and strangers? Well, they would talk about the non-white people getting some kind of preferential treatment. They might say, they might do the double standard thing. Well, it's not fair that they get to have a night and we don't get to have our night, which is so lame. Please don't do that. Or they may do the other really lame thing, which is they say, you shouldn't break us up into colors, because if you break us up into colors, and just ignoring the whole time that the attack is on you, white woman, is on you, white man, is on your white children. So there's no sense. You've been denying it for your entire life. Your parents denied that the attack, if you're conservative or Republican out there. Your parents were denying it. Your grandparents were denying that it's an attack on our people, that it's an attack on what we create. It's an attack on what we need for our survival, for our happiness, for our ability to achieve and grow and take on challenges in our lives as individuals and as a people. You need not do that any longer. You can follow the instructions here and you can see exactly how you address these issues. Number one, you talk about the discrimination, the persecution of our people, the persecution, the discrimination against white babies. I'm sure if this is a elementary school, Centennial Elementary School, you're looking at what, 6-year-olds in first grade, and you're holding white 6-year-olds guilty and liable for all of the fantasies of the anti-white narrative. You're going to make them pay for the rest of their lives, beginning with the playground. That is where you keep the discussion. You do not talk about any of those other things that I just mentioned. Here we go. This is by Brittany Bernstein. And she types, a Colorado elementary school recently planned a racially segregated, quote, families of color. Now, I'm going to ask, is this something that is a conservative or a conservative publication? Because they're going to this, oh, it's racially segregated. And it must be, because this is a conservative Republican argument. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take the anti-white narrative and they're trying to say, oh, that we are more, we more studiously obey the morality of the anti-white narrative than you all do. So we're even more, what they're saying is they're even more anti-white than, say, like Democrat anti-whites, or, you know, anti-whites who call themselves progressives, or the woke brigade, or whatever they call themselves, right? They're saying these conservatives, these Republicans are saying, we submit to your morality. We submit to your anti-white narrative. You have no hope in hell of succeeding, submitting to their narrative, submitting to their morality. You will never convince them to say that it's okay to hold your position, to feel, to get validated by them. And you shouldn't need their validation. To get validated by them by saying that you are more anti-white than they are. You are more in belief of the anti-white narrative's depiction of racial segregation in the United States or anywhere across the West. You are more in submission to that story. You believe in it even more, that white people were evil, that white people were just devils on earth. And you are even more personally invested in the morality of putting an end to racial segregation. And so you're going to stand up and you're going to just oppose these what would they call it? Racists, right? This is what this poor, benighted Brittany would do. And that's what she's doing right here. The Colorado, come on, Brittany. You can learn from this. We know you can get better. Step away from Republican ideology. Step away. It's just anti-whiteism under another name. Step away from conservative, the belief system. It's just anti-whiteism under another name. Recently planned a racially segregated, quote, so it should be recently planned an anti-white, and then she says, quote, families of color, so taking their words, which is Toulouse, playground night in the name of, and then she says, oh my gosh, I should have read this first. Brittany, my Lord. A Colorado elementary school recently planned a racially segregated, oh, you got them there, Brittany. You got them. They're just for racial segregation. They're gonna say, oh, Brittany, you got us. I guess we're just gonna have to put an end to it. Brittany, listen, Cupcake. Did you really think that the argument, that this racial, we got to put an end to this racial, that was actually about preventing on a large scale? I'm not talking about individuals. Certainly there were individuals who could hold opinions with specific noble objectives, but on a societal scale, this was just this racially, put an end to racial segregation. That was just a pretext to destroy Western civilization and victimize Western kind. People were already crossing that line of the segregation, the racial segregation line. You did not need troops to come in with bayonets at the backs of teenage white kids to make that happen. Nonsense. So it wasn't some noble endeavor, Brittany. It was just a pretext to victimize white people. So then she says, she quotes them, what they call it, and then she says, in the name of, so she then speaks for them. How would you like to have the mouth of the devil on your face? I don't know about you all, but I don't want to speak for the anti-white. She then speaks for them, and she says, in the name of diversity and inclusivity. She says that. She's not even quoting them there. Talk about being a trained puppet. Talk about being a trained monkey for the circus. In the name of diversity and inclusivity, she writes. She types away foolishly. But Brittany, you can be saved. I'm just having a little bit of fun at your expense. But having said that, you can come on over. You can find the light, and we hope you do. Let's see. Chris Rufo, a journalist who has led the charge against critical race theory pathetically, I might add, within the anti-white narrative, and therefore foolishly and without ever having any hope of success. First shared a sign outside of Centennial Elementary School promoting the demonic event. She didn't write demonic. Of course she didn't. Quote, Denver Public Schools now promoting racially segregated playtime. Okay, so that's coming from this Rufo, who is probably on roofies most of the time. And racially segregated playtime for, and then he uses their word, equity, but he puts it in quotes as though he's going to draw a question to what they, I gotta come up with a smart way to, I think I do. I think I just came up with it. But he puts quotes and he puts equity in quotes as though by just using their verbiage and just putting it in quotes is somehow going to make it powerless, toothless. Okay, so here's how this works. We can say this comes down to the subconscious, conscious mind and how it works. So it's very difficult for people to understand this for some reason. I've discovered over all of these years, but here's how maybe this will help. We can get together, like just us, okay? Don't tell anybody. We can get together and we can decide that, I don't know, let's make up a word. Let's see. We can say bravo for us, just for us means hello. And hello means goodbye. Consciously, we can do that, right? Consciously, we can say, okay, for our little group, we can say bravo means hello and hello means goodbye. Let me ask you, When I walk away and I'm leaving your presence and I say, hello, are you going to feel a bit confused? Are you going to, even though you know that just in our little circle, hello means goodbye, you're going to feel a little bit confused. It's going to feel a little bit wrong. It's going to feel a little bit awkward, because no matter how much consciously we decide, hey, within our little group, this is what it means. Just like saying that you are politically incorrect in our little group, it means that we're actually right. The exact same way, your brain, your subconscious mind, where that definition resides, and it's the part of your mind that dominates your life, that will tell you, no, that's he's saying hello. He should be saying goodbye. That makes no sense. It's going to feel wrong. So when you say you are, for example, politically incorrect, your brain interprets you saying that you are incorrect, that the opposition is correct. So there is no use in continuing with the farce that you can simply take their verbiage and then throw some quotes around it, or say, well, within our little circle, it means the opposite. The bottom line is that language determines the story you are in. The language builds the concepts builds the story you're in determines whether you are moral or immoral, and the story you are in is the story that your victimizer then has to speak to, because he has yet to stop propagandizing us. So Rufo, it shows a picture here, and it says the school's Facebook page says the first event was scheduled to take place on October 13. Isn't that interesting? It was Friday the 13th was the very first October, Friday the 13th. That's where it got its, or most likely, I've read, meaning from. And would then reoccur. It should be recur. Brittany, Journalism 101. On the second Wednesday of each month, to follow outside at the school, weather permitting. Because it's not going to happen once, right, Brittany? Rufo reported that the event was organized by the school's Dean of Culture. Dean of Culture. At an elementary school? Are you joking? You know what's going to happen with these anti-whites? You know how they are. They're going to, soon enough, you're going to see like massive headdresses on them with like peacock feathers on them, and they'll have to have white slaves fanning the peacock feathers so that they move incessantly. The Dean of Culture has descended, Nicole Timbrock. And that it was, I bet she's I bet you would love to be around her with Nicole. Could you imagine Nicole at the dinner table just wolfing everything down, probably? And then it was ultimately canceled because of COVID-19 protocols, though the school plans to reschedule in the new year. I'm not surprised that they didn't go ahead and go forward with it. And then when some of these non-white people got COVID, they then blame white people for it. University of Denver law professor, probably like the nearest 3-year-old white male child. University of Denver law professor Dave Coppell replied to Rufo's tweets and said the event would be in violation of the state's constitution, which says, quote, nor shall any distinction or classification of pupils be made on account of race or color, blah, blah, blah. Everything is interpreted by those in power. And those who hold the most levers of power, the most nodes of power, happen to be anti-white. That means their anti-white morality informs every law, every code, etc. So do not put your faith in the letter of the law. In some cases, in some contexts, those who are being victimized by anti-whitism can attempt to use the law. But in most cases, it is a fruitless endeavor, a waste of your time. Never put your faith in the law. The Facebook post also promotes an event to introduce parents to the, quote, Community Equity Collective. Oh, wow. Why are any white people at this school? How much would you have to hate your children if you're white, to send them there. The Community Equity Collective, in other words, anti-whitism. You see, when you have these kind of conversations, so somebody's in your family and they're talking to you about the Community Equity Collective, you can just say, oh, you mean anti-whitism. Okay, go ahead. What do you have to say? You just put them right in their place. Do not let them get up on this faux high horse talking about the benefits to all people. Bravo, Sierra. This is about discriminating against and victimizing Western kind, and in particular, white babies. And how fair is that? You can always bring up Pearl Harbor and ask if little Japanese babies in the United States, if they should be held accountable for what their grandfathers did at Pearl Harbor. Just because they're Japanese. I mean, maybe it wasn't even their grandfathers at Pearl Harbor, right? The Facebook post, okay, Community Equity Collective, hosted by the school's leadership and its, quote, Diversity and Inclusivity Committee. This is an elementary school. My God, this is like Soviet era, how we used to read about. You know, the good thing about that is that where the Soviets really dropped the ball in brainwashing their people was they had all of these sorts of in-your-face committees. They had all of these sort of in-your-face, you will adopt anti-whitism committees and commissars. And what do you have now? The anti-whites, the brightest ones, the brightest anti-whites have either died or moved on or retired or repented or whatever it might be. And now you have a lot of people who have come up through the ranks in anti-whitism who got jobs, not because they were adept or self-starters or high IQ'd or what have you. They have come up through the ranks because they had a certain attraction, maybe to farm equipment, or they were a certain sex, or they were a certain race, or whatever it might be. That's how they got their job. So now you have a lot of people that are less than they used to be in the anti-white leadership. I can only imagine the anti-white oligarchs with all of their filthy lucre, yes, that's Shakespeare, going nuts over why can't these imbeciles figure this out? How are they dropping the ball? Diversity and Inclusivity Committee here at elementary school. As they like break out the bullwhip. In quote, in this first session, we will introduce the equity book study and equity discussions. So anti-whitism. Just make this real simple. So you mean it's full of anti-whitism? I don't want that taught to my child. Are you all insane? Do you all worship the devil? What is wrong with you? No, I am not going to allow you to inflict injury on my white babies with this anti-whitism. I don't care what you call it, which will alternate each month. Oh, so it's going to just every other month. They're going to be subjected at this elementary school. When do they do things like read and do mathematics? The post said, adding that the group would meet the first Wednesday of each month and that it would be reading. That's going to be a stretch if they're not learning how to read. And this is the title, How We Show Up, Reclaiming Family, Friendship, and Community by Mia Birdsong. More like bird shit. What a joke. Folks, parents, if you're in this community, get out. Get out. You don't need 2 cars. I don't care what you say. No matter what your income is, you can drop things. And unless you're living in cardboard, you can drop every little thing here and there and get to a place where your babies will be safe. And they're not safe in the hands of these leather-winged monsters, these anti-white monsters. Get your babies where they are safe. Inoculate them with the lexicon and dialectics of going free, because they're going to have to go out in the world and they're going to see this stuff. And you don't want them responding like a typical conservative or Republican. And all you conservative and Republicans out there, please come on over, leave that stuff behind. Quote, in alternating months, we will discuss another resource, topic, or equity-related theme. So, in other words, anti-whitism. The post adds, quote, this first month, we will sacrifice white babies. I'm kidding. That's what they want to do. That's where you read between the lines. It says, we will focus on getting to know each other and learning about how we can contribute to equity at Centennial. You know what they mean by that, equity? No white people. In fact, that's what Mark Dice said today about the word, the anti-white slur, diversity. It means no white people. Equity means the same thing. No white people. Let's jump on over to Biden admin proposes bonuses for doctors. Bonuses for doctors who implement what they refer to as anti-racism, what we know as anti-whiteism plans. It's not anti-whiteness racism. It's not anti-whiteness true racism or any of this other garbage that I am hearing. It's anti-whiteism. Let me see who is here, because we're going to have some fun today. We're going to be bringing up one of your favorites, Carlisle Cockatoo, to discuss some legislation about the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats and the anti-whites who call themselves Republicans, many of them wanting to get together and have a database where they store all of your vaccine records that they will then be able to share with the private sector and shut people down at work, in travel, etc. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it does mean that this is what they are pushing for. Jay Link is here. He says, thanks, bro, for No White Clips. Great to see you, brother. No White Clips is a true champion, and we have some graphics made by that champion. Misty is here. Hello to you. Let's see. Machiavelli sucks. Nancy Drew and Tall Kevin, Dean, No White Clips himself right there. Let's see. Soul Existence, Mary Moon. Hello to you. John, Summer, ML, Nathaniel Nelson, the champion. And folks, by the way, I will try to remember this a little bit later, but have any of you seen those advertisements on Gab for going free for White Wellbeing? Have any of you, if you've seen that, please let me know, because thanks to the great Nathaniel recommending that we start advertising on Gab, we are over there on Gab and having some magnificent success. And we're going to continue to be there, and we're going to be other places. It's wonderful. Patman is here. And great to see you, brother. Elaine Sabatino, John, Brant, we mentioned you earlier. And who else is with us? Southern Bloom, a big Merry Christmas. And there's our guest to come, our sweet Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. And who else do we have here? Tawana is with us, fit and healthy at any age. Hello to you. And Jilly and Jeffrey. And let's see. Austin is with us. Great to see you all. So is Olivia is with us. Hello again. And Salty, very salty over these acts by the anti-whites, as I am as well. And I will swivel around here, just make sure that everything is working. And it does appear to be working. Wonderful to see you all. Let's see. First Last is here. Says he's not, though. But he did show up. Popcorn Power is here. Says Nathaniel Nelson says somebody posted one on the outreach team the other day. So somebody saw one. So they are turning up. Indeed, they're turning up. And in fact, I will very quickly, let me just see. I have to just do this really quickly. Let's see, how many views did we end up with over there? Total views. And this is just the first one, and they're going to keep going. 81,000 views. And we are going to keep going, ladies and gentlemen. We are not stopping. Nothing will stop us. And in fact, get your raucous emojis going. Get them out. Because we just had the great Ron financially gift over on Cash App, $50 US. God bless you, Ron. Thank you so very much for your service to White Wellbeing. He says, glad Yule, noble brother. You continue to inspire. Well, I really appreciate that. So do you. And so many of us here as well. In fact, Lovely Porge makes a great comment on yesterday's TAP episode, and I'll be sharing that a little later. But here we had men getting together, and we have in that show, and we have women as well, of course. And again, thank you so much, Ron, for that magnificent $50 US financial gift. Getting together to talk about what we are doing what specifically they are doing in their endeavors to bring white well-being to the world. And that is a beautiful thing. Work being done, change being made. Let me swivel around back to this because we are just at 14 minutes left in this first hour of Going Free. Dylan typing away here on Daily Caller. The Biden administration is proposing bonus payments to physicians who incorporate, I'm just going to go ahead and say what it is, anti-whitism into their practices. So too bad for Dylan. I mean, maybe he and Brittany, they can get together, they can get a coffee, maybe, who knows? They could start a family. They need to, though, come together and come out of this mire of anti-whitism, the anti-white narrative, to stop being conservatives. And you want to really serve your conservative values, you better start going free. Because how many generations need to lose using the same vehicle that you're using? How many of them need to lose before you stop being so dumb? I mean, just quite frankly, they lose, we win, come on over and start winning. We'll spread this everywhere. And then all those things you care about, all of those conservative values and mores and et cetera that you care about, they will be preserved. All right. They'll even be expanded. But you need to come over. You need to come away from this simplicity. And you're forgiven. You came up inside of this. It's all you know. But we're going to introduce you to a whole new world. Biden administration is proposing bonus payments to physicians. So what does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? If a doctor is going to make more money, especially there's many anti-white, both white and non-white doctors, and it seems like every day they bring into the West more doctors with their degrees from outside Western civilization. They bring in more and more. And what do you think these people are going to do? They're going to say, well, I can make a bunch more money if I implement strategies to serve non-white people, and to do so exclude white people. No more payments, no extra payments for helping white people to be healthy, no extra payments for taking these white patients, but extra payments for doing this for non-white people. And what's the consequence? No health care for Western kind. The meme curative for that is that equity in healthcare means that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. Equity in healthcare means that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. How do you know that? How does the word equity apply? And what are the outcomes at work, at school, in the military, everywhere else? They pull white people out of jobs. They prevent white people from ever being hired. They don't give them the raises they've worked for and deserve. They discriminate against white people in favor of non-white people. So it is all about the victimization. The only way that you can achieve this outcome is to discriminate against white people in favor of non-white people. So in school, when it comes to punishment, equity in outcomes, when they're talking about education, when they're talking about punishment, what does it mean? In fact, where the rubber meets the road, it means that non-white children, when it comes to punishment, for example, who commit X, Y, or Z acts, that if white would get them suspended or detention, punished in some way, go on their record, they have to be handled with kid gloves. They have to be allowed to go without punishment so that at the end of the day, you end up with equity, which is a bonus at the expense of white people so that they can have their imbalance justified with their anti-white morality, which is the imbalance, the victimization of Western kind. There's only one way to do it, and that's how they've done it everywhere, and now they're applying it to healthcare. And to make it happen, because it is such an immoral thing for doctors to have to do. I mean, sure, there are a lot of really filthy, maniacal doctors out there. They They robbed the system. We used to hear about them all the time, but many of them were of persuasion that wasn't white. And so they stopped talking about them. Doesn't mean that white doctors haven't behaved just as immorally or illegally. They have. But when it doesn't fit the anti-white narrative, it gets swept under the carpet or buried underfoot. When it can conform to the anti-white narrative, support it, prove it, or what have you, then it's written in the sky. So it's difficult to get doctors and hospitals, etc., to take these steps to discriminate against white patients on the basis of their biospirit. And don't say, all you Republicans and conservatives out there, stop saying your skin color. It's just skin color, because that is submitting yourself to the anti-white narrative and the anti-white morality, where for a long time they used to say it's a meme pathogen, an MP, that the only difference is skin color. So it's so wrong to treat these, to mistreat non-white people on the basis of this very trivial, superficial thing as skin color. Well, it was wrong to treat people differently when it comes to things like the law and the state and where the state is involved. And you probably shouldn't do it in your life either, just on the basis of something so superficial. Having said that, that was just a pretext to victimize you white people. So conservatives and Republicans out there, it was just a pretext. So you cannot take up that argument and then make an anti-white submit, make an anti-white admit defeat, make an anti-white play fair. You cannot do it. It's never worked. It never will work. And you will just continue losing until there's no country left to fight for. You won't be allowed health care, and you won't even be allowed on the damn playground. Among the proposed, quote, clinical practice improvement activities, where that sounds Soviet, doesn't it? For calendar year 2022. For calendar year 2020. Okay. Well, by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services is to, quote, create and implement an anti-white plan. They say anti-racism. We know that it's anti-white. Completing a certain number of, because you know they're not going to say, oh, well, these Jewish people are not going to be allowed to have any health care so that these Hispanic people can, because of all of that racism in between those people or whatever it might be. They're not going to be doing that. It's all just about victimizing Western kind. We have to call it what it is. You have to start by naming things what they are. Completing a certain number of improvement activities helps physicians qualify. They got to qualify by these improvement activities for Medicare's merit-based incentive payment system, known as MIPS. Actually, they call it MIPS. That's the acronym. According to the proposal, clinics should have value statements and policies that are, quote, aligned with a commitment to anti-whitism and an understanding of race as a political and social construct, not a physiological one, close quotes. You can imagine in a doctor's office where you're saying, of course, race isn't real. I mean, this is just a doctor's office. We're only going to administer medication. That is how loony, that is how vicious anti-whites are. So it starts with, you have to have this statement posted. You have to kowtow to the statement. We want to see you flog yourself before the statement. And you must pretend. You must pretend. I know that when you have a black patient, for example, they are more likely to maybe have X, Y, and Z. So to be a good physician, you have to investigate whether or not they might begin showing the symptoms of X, Y, and Z, because they are of a group that is more prone than other groups to have those. But no, you are going to maybe run a slit across your forehead, have a bunch of blood come, maybe some slapping at the back there with some sort of a whip, and you're going to chant in the doctor's office, maybe over, chicken parts that you have thrown out on the floor, and also part of the new health regimen, I'm sure. And you are going to say they're all the same. There's no sex. I'm sure that's next. And there's no race. It's all just a construct. It's all make-believe. By the way, folks, if you ever are in an argument with an anti-white and they say, there's no white race, it's just a construct, say, okay, fine, it's a construct. We just made it up, and now we're going to defend the well-being of that construct that we call the white race. Because when you do that, you'll watch their head blow up. Bring a towel. It'll be messy. Not literally blow up, of course. We're talking here about things like candy and how they just spit their candy everywhere. It also states that, quote, this activity begins with the premise that it is important to acknowledge the systemic, and then they say racism, the anti-white slur, as the root cause for differences in health outcomes between socially defined racial groups, close quote. Okay, so there you see in the statement there, their own statement, just to show you how demonic they are, how evil they are, how desperate and hungry they are to inflict injury on our people. They tell you there's no such thing as race. And then they say, as defined by racial groups. You never listen to, if you can read something like that, and you still want to use their words, I mean, you might as well be the person in the straitjacket than the people having to deal with those in the straitjacket. That is loony. The proposal cites President Joe Biden's executive order, old Joe, old commie Joe, on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, anti-whiteism, in the federal workforce. MIPS, was enacted as part of a bipartisan legislation passed in 2015. So did you hear that? Bipartisan. So anti-whites who call themselves Republicans, why are you still paying $800 a plate dinners to be able to hang out with losers in the Republican Party? Why are you not financing going free? Seriously, how stupid. I don't care that you drive a Bentley. I don't care that you live in a big house. I don't care that you are the executive of X, Y, or Z. I don't care that you own this or that, or you have several vacation homes. You are dumb. You are so dumb. You keep giving money to Republicans, and they just lose and lose and lose. And now your children are going to go, maybe you, I hope it's you, if you're the one financing this, you're going to go to the doctor's office where the doctor is going to be getting additional payments of your tax dollars, of my tax dollars, so that he or she can discriminate against you. No, you can't have an appointment until November 2022 because you're white. We happen to know you're white. And now we have this new system where I get extra money to serve non-white people, ergo victimizing you and your people. So bipartisan. Clinical practice improvement activities make up 15% of the MIPS matrix, which also includes quality, resource use. Sometimes resource use and access to care information. So do you see the writing on the wall? I mean, in this case, they're going to literally have it on the wall. One of the 9 improvement activity categories is, quote, health equity. So anti-whiteism, which the anti-white proposal falls under. That's that, ladies and gentlemen. No health care for white people. Perhaps that's the direction that anti-whites are going. No playgrounds for white children. Perhaps that's the direction that the anti-whites are going. And we are right now at the top of the hour. So I think we will take a quick break, come right back, and read some of your comments, your questions, financial gifts, and then we'll get to the one and only Carlisle Cockatoo for that legislation.
Agenda control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
There is no excellence where there is equality.
For every diversity higher,
there is a diversity fire.
It is not the similarities that make us the same.
It is the differences that make us different.
The truth is hate
to those who hate the truth.
Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed.
Hollywood isn't history.
In a world of collectivism,
individualism is suicide.
There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
Let's get a big round of raucous emojis, applause for the people who worked on that wonderful project right there. I need to play that more often. And for Noel's new piece there, which is going a bit viral and is magnificent, a very laid back, magnificent piece. The man is a genius. Let's continue and let's see who all is here. With your for Knowles says, thanks for playing my song. Well, thank you for making it. Thank you for being such a champion in service to White Wellbeing. All right. I'm going to take a look at the financial gifts, see if there's anybody has tagged me with questions or comments, and then we're going to bring on Carlisle Cockatoo, and we're going to talk about this legislation that anti-whites who call themselves Democrats would like to victimize us with. But first, we'll head on over to Entropy, and let's get the raucous emojis out. Get out those applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate, folks, because we're the only ones who are going to be celebrating each other. There's no one else who's going to come to celebrate. Not for a while, but we're growing, and the more we grow and the more folks end up using a specific style of vernacular, the more they come away from that which harms them and that which toward that which empowers them. They find out, many of them, of course, will find out where that's coming from. They will come to the practice of going free. They will become far more than they ever thought themselves capable of being. And they will look to you in gratitude for all of your work. So you are all the early adopters. Mark Dice is one of the early adopters, and he will be celebrated as a consequence in the years to come. Over there on D Live, I see, let's see, Misty is on D Live and says, Jason is correct. I've seen it firsthand. What am I correct about? They aren't going to give us anything good for us, especially if it's free. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. And Jack is there. Hello to you. I think Jack was saying that what they're doing, what the anti-whites are planning there and doing is all shameful. And let's take a look at Odysee, who's over there. I see Southern Daily News, it looks like, is the latest person to comment. Hello to you all over there. Big round of August emojis for Fiery Rebukes, who financially gifted $75 to White Wellbeing. God bless you. Financial gift. Thank you so very much. Champion in service to White Wellbeing. And he writes here, Hail Victory. Damn right. We decide what a champion in service to white well-being, a defender of Western civilization looks like. We decide it. We don't go out into the world and, like a Republican, use the words that the Democrats tell us that we're allowed to use. We all anti-whites all. We don't go out there like conservative leaders and use only the language and take the visage, take the form that the anti-whites want in the anti-white narrative they want you to take. We don't do that. You know, it's anti-white theater is a big theater because you have the room for, well, if you want to oppose, you can be an antagonist. You could go do that, a villain in their story, or you could go be this effete loser that they've written over the door, conservative Republican, and you can go into there. You can find out what they dress like, what they talk like, what's permissible, what's not. We don't do any of that here. Break the chains. Go free of the anti-white narrative. God bless you. Fiery Rebukes. Hail Victory. Sakis is with us. Great to see you, brother. A financial gift in the name of Mark Dice. Financially gifting $5. Well, thank you so much for that. I don't know how. I hope this will get back to Mark, that we genuinely appreciate him doing the right thing, him coming to contend with anti-whiteism, as all good people will end up doing. In the end, it will be the good of all different groups coming together to put an end to anti-whiteism before it destroys Western civilization. Tall Kevin is with us, financially gifting $10. Thank you, good brother, and great to see you. He writes, what are some icebreakers for starting the convo about anti-whiteism at Christmas? If talking to a vague but on our side person, what sites do you recommend to show compiled news stories about anti-whiteism going on? Would American Renaissance be okay to use? Well, I would say Westman Media. They've done a bunch of news clips. They're doing many more. It's a brilliant endeavor. It's short, punchy. You get the news, but more importantly, Kevin, you get the dialectic. You get the concepts and therefore the storyline that empowers the person receiving the news. Just giving them the news, as we know, we've been talking about it for so many years. Just receiving the news is a downer. That's why we call it doom documenting, thanks to First Last. And folks, when you come up with things, if I can remember that it was you who came up with it, I will toss it in as often as I can. So that's why that's just doom documenting, we call it. You just go to these places, you learn about how bad it is. Now, what American Renaissance does as well, when it comes to being within the anti-white narrative, is they also do a lot of doom dissecting, and so they'll talk about the statistics of X, Y, or Z. So I would say you're going to have to read the vague you're talking to and with, and depending on, are they already firmly on, I guess, if they're in the anti-white narrative, which of course they are, and if you're looking at them in the anti-white narrative, would they place themselves on the far right or what have you? Then you might be able to say, hey, there's information at American Renaissance that will validate a lot of the things that you know to be the case in the world. They have a lot of research that they have pulled out, etc. That ultimately, though, it should be always anything like that secondary. to something like Westman Media, to something that's for the news. But of course, you have the afterparty.tv, nowhiteguilt.org, for these people to be able to come on and to find out that there is a moral, righteous way to object to anti-whitism. That's the biggest thing, because the hurdle in the world for folks, and I've received some messages, I got to get back to Nate on this and some others, but the hurdle for folks is that if they remain in the anti-white narrative, in order to object to what's taking place, they have to take on some measure of what they believe is immorality, is an immoral stance, where they say, and you know that they're giving you an immoral stance because they very often will give you the disclaimer at the beginning of the positions that they believe in, right? They'll say, well, I am not a bigoted, or I'm not a X, Y, or Z, but I hold this position over here that is actually, I believe, and everyone else in the anti-white narrative believes, is immoral. So the most important thing to do is to show them the door to the anti-white narrative. No, in fact, this way here is the healthy way. This is the moral way to stand up against the anti-whites. And to have people like Mark Dice and others, we're celebrating him, and there are some others we'll be able to celebrate, but to have somebody in that position talking about events and using the concepts that will empower people, not just, I mean, it's great to make folks laugh, to look at the anti-whites and out in the world and give them a chuckle. But if you can also empower them, then you can change the world. And that's where I think smart people, I know smart people are realizing that we can do something in the world other than just complain and gripe and ridicule the anti-white system. We don't just have to be children throwing tantrums on the floor. We can actually affect change. So I would say take a look for yourself, and I'm sure we could get the link in the live chat for Westman Media, and take a look at that. Wonderful little videos. They'll be using the right concepts, and that's a great place for somebody to get started. And thank God, let's get a big round of raucous emojis for everyone who has worked on that project. There's been a handful plus or whatever. They've done marvelous things. And now look what we get to do, because they did. I didn't have any knowledge of it. They're self-starting, intelligent, industrious, entrepreneurial champions in service to white well-being. That's who we draw, and we repulse, and they end up hating us, all of those who are the exact opposite of that kind of person. And so these people have done that, and now Tall Kevin is able to come to me and say, where do you suggest we send folks? And then I'm able to say, those people that you'll be sending, and you will be sending, and you will be sending, and you will be sending, you can send them over to this place that these people are building that is marvelous, that they're talking about the things going on in the world with our lexicon, so that they are empowered by hearing this awful news. And I love it. So thank you all for doing that. And thank you, Tall Kevin, for that question. Hey, here's another change agent, Yiz, the unifier. Financially gifting $5. Great to see you. She writes, I'm finishing up work. And I'm heading home now, and I would love to be able to call in at least for a few minutes toward the end of the show tonight, if that's okay. Of course, it's okay. Please call in. I'll message again once I'm back home and settled. Well, you are on. So Yiz the Unifier will be with us. Always a victorious lady. Always will be a victorious lady. Vulture Man, financially gifting $10. Sounds like some superhero name, the Vulture Man. He writes here, well said, sir. You're bringing truth to power. Merry Christmas. Well, God bless you, and thank you so much for that. And we do, folks, it's getting exciting. Carlisle is backstage. I could see her there, and we'll be bringing her forward in just a moment as we reach the 16-minute mark of this hour. And then we have get your raucous emojis out, because Southern Bloom has decided to throw a party. $50. Thank you so much, Southern Bloom financially gifting. Magnificent. She writes, Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope your holiday is spent with friends, family, cheer, and lots of good food. I hope so too. Don't overeat, because we this is our temple. You gotta be as best as you can. I mean, it's like Lovely Porge said, if you're white positive and you are a bit orbicular, then you are cuddly. But if you're orbicular and you're anti-white or vague, you are just gross. Or in the new anti-white terminology of the day, you are totally sexy because diabetes is hot. Southern Bloom, thank you so much. $50. And yes, when she's talking here about, I hope your holiday is spent with friends, family, and cheer. Make it cheerful, but speak up for white well-being. Do not let another opportunity go by. We don't have forever. Think about how the anti-whites trained their minions from the heights of television and media and academia and government. They trained their minions to go into these environments where white people, we were always, we were wont to getting along in those environments. The vast majority of us, we would just say, okay, we're not going to say things that will disrupt. We're not, because it was just the custom. We're not going to say things that will upset. We're not, we're going to just get through. Maybe there'll be, in some families you have the raised voices in it, but it's still harmless. It's like dogs, like barking at each other and rolling around, and they're not really hurting each other. But it was still harmless. Well, the anti-whites told their minions, no, you're going to go into those sacred places, and you are going to tell everybody in the room how immoral they are if they're not anti-white like you. Well, I'm going to tell you now, you have to be the one that draws the line in the sand. You have to be the one that will not take any anti-white Bravo Sierra. You have to be the one that says, and you can do it in a calm, friendly way. You have to be the one that says, that is anti-white and immoral as all hell. I want to have this get together with you, but you are not going to be anti-white in front of me. I'm not hearing it. The people who are going to be the most intolerant of that which they object to, they're going to win those days. Just as you have seen over the course of your life, those anti-whites in those environments win every one of those days. And if you have that moment, you're going to have that moment, some of you, where you're going to have, I don't know, the aunt or the mother-in-law or the whatever is going to say something anti-white, and then you're going to roll your eyes, and you're going to think, there it is again. And you're going to sit there and you're going to think, I'm being quiet again. I'm not saying anything back again. I'm being pathetic and just absolutely pathetic when it comes to this interaction. And so instead of that, even though it's 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, I'm going to say, hey, anti-white, what you said 10 minutes ago, that was anti-white big time. And that's really immoral. I don't want to hear anything like that. I don't care what you think it is. It's immoral because it's anti-white, and the country is dying because of it. And then, if you want to celebrate, you go find a football, maybe spike it in front of her or something, whatever it is. But you can come back and tell us the next time we're together. Thank you so much, Southern Bloom. Fit and healthy at any age, financially gifting, $10. I'm convinced we are winning, he says. Thank you so much for that financial gift. He goes on a Zoom call about, quote, culturally responsive pedagogy, close quote. And a non-white said they hate the word diversity, and white students, colleagues, should be included in the discussion. Well, everyone clapped and cheered. Wow. I doubt this would have happened years ago. We are changing things. Think about it. God, what an awesome testimonial. Thank you for sharing that. That is magnificent. And thank you so much for the financial gift. Think about how much this community, in dedicated effort, people who are volunteers, look at how much change we have already created by using intelligence and donating our time. Imagine how much more will be done in the years to come. How hard it will be for the anti-whites to continue with their anti-whiteism. I am convinced, just as Fit and Healthy at Any Age is convinced that we're winning, that in the years to come, the historians are going to be talking about this community, and they're going to be naming the names of the people who turned things around. Thank you so much. Looks like Vulture Man came back with another $5 financial gift. He says, if I'm not mistaken, the anti-white narrative is strengthened by the belief that not being anti-white will lead to immorality. Your thoughts, NWG, on this. So let's read this again. Thank you very much for the question, the $5 gift. We're going to be getting to Carlisle in just a moment. The anti-white narrative is strengthened, he says, by the belief that if you're not anti-white, then it will lead to immorality. Yeah, the anti-white narrative, absolutely. And you don't have to financially gift again. If you want to clarify it all, you can do it in the question widget. Thank you, Vulture Man. The anti-white narrative, the argument that the anti-whites make is that if you aren't anti-white, then you are immoral. That in every single environment, if you're not anti-white, you are immoral. That is their argument. So that's why we use these meme curatives to turn it around on them, to force them to attempt to justify the harm they inflict on Western kind. Precisely. And if I didn't understand the question exactly as you were asking it, please just supplement in the question widget, and I will speak to the rest of the question. And I do appreciate. I see the great Jerome V is with us. Wonderful to see you, brother. Nancy Drew is with us. The chat loves your cool shades. You're cool. And then she has shades on a smile face shirt. So my cool shirt and tie. Merry Christmas, brother. Well, Merry Christmas to you. I thank you for that. And I thank everyone who liked the shirt and tie. And I thank also, please, folks, get your raucous emojis out. We're going to bring Carlisle forward right now, but get your raucous emojis out big time for a $201 financial gift from Clay. $201. Thank you so much, brother. I deeply appreciate that. $201 financial gift from Clay. Thank you. First time? Is this the first time financial gifting? He says, sharing my profit sharing for White Wellbeing. Oh, that is awesome. I bet you the people he works for are anti-white. And then he gets some profit sharing and then turns right around and gives that to White Wellbeing. Magnificently done. You got them coming and going. This is the type of intelligence that is going to reclaim our destiny, folks. What an honor. Great to have you, brother. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much for being here with us in this hour, in this season of joy, as we continue to win, just like Fit and Healthy at Any Age points out for us. But right now, we're going to jump right on over to, if she's ready, I hope she's ready, the one and only Carlisle Cockatoo. There she is.
Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can. Chat, is she loud enough? Is the audio about the same? You just go ahead, and if they'll tell me if you're quiet, if I need to turn you up or what. Okay. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
Magnificent. It is a Merry Christmas, a good Yule, and Happy New Year to you. And we're going to be discussing some legislation tonight, and it's kind of scary, but we're going to get through it, right?
Absolutely. And it is, it is kind of disturbing because of the content, and it has passed the House. So it's headed to the Senate. But the Senate is, of course, the branch right now that has, the most of the Republicans who, of course, as we all know, are anti-white and, just call themselves conservative in name only. But at least they do tend to stand up to these kinds of things. So that is hopeful. But it has passed the House as of November 30th.
Wow. And so once it passes, if it's passed the House, if it passes the Senate, it has to go back to the House first before the president. Is that right or no?
No, sir. Once it goes to the Senate, it can go straight to Biden's desk.
Okay. So the House doesn't necessarily get another shot at it if the Senate makes some changes.
Well, if they make changes, then yes, that could be. It depends on what is changed. But if they pass it outright, then it will go straight to Biden.
Right. Just the way it is. Right. Okay. Well, I guess we can begin with what exactly this is. You told me that it was some sort of database of vaccinations. So they would need access to our medical records. Is that how this works out? Or please take the floor.
Yes, sir. So what they're going to do is they are proposing to, it's called the, it's HR 550, and it is the, it says an act to amend the public health service with respect to immunization data, modernization and expansion, and for other purposes. And what they're calling it the Immunization Infrastructure Modernization Act of 2021. And it is an act that is determined to create an information system that will keep up with all of your inoculation and vaccine records, and mainly focusing, of course, on the newest administered vaccines nationally, which of course are the COVID vaccines. I mean, I would argue that the main purpose for this is, of course, to keep up with who's had the COVID vaccine and who hasn't. Of course, they're going to pretend as though this is something that has needed to be done and it's been a long time coming. They can't keep up with who's had what inoculations is what they're saying. So they're acting as though this is something that is just, for the population's well-being, and it has nothing to do with keeping up with who's had the COVID shot and who hasn't. But what it says is that it will, this particular system will allow the Secretary of Health to conduct activities, including with respect to population reporting and bidirectional reporting, to expand, enhance, and improve in immunization information systems that are administered by health departments or other agencies of state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. And so it's going to then award grants or cooperative agreements to health departments. So in other words, it's going to give those states and health departments who agree to cooperate with the system grants and more money, which is the way the federal government tends to get things done, is by controlling the purse strings.
Right. So is there something I was curious of when you first told me about this, is there any evidence in the verbiage that they are preparing for, I guess, maybe new inoculations for new diseases that are not there yet? Like there's they want to set a platform or a matrix on which to build in more inoculations and more, I guess, observation and awareness of who has been inoculated and who has not. And then, of course, the communication aspect of it with these, this would, of course, be accessible if it went through to the governments, but also private business, right?
Exactly. So to answer your first question, yes, they do. It does appear as though they are setting the grounds for potential future mass inoculations. If I guess another pandemic or what have you might crop up, you never know when those are going to happen. So it says here that they will allow the CDC to have the capability to set systems of information, evaluate and forecast, and operationalize clinical decision support tools in alignment with recommendations of the advisory committee. So basically that's saying that they're going to give the CDC the opportunity to weigh in and see, I guess, what vaccines people need, and then I guess add those to the vaccination records that they'll be keeping on people to see who has gotten those vaccines and who hasn't. It also talks about dealing individually with medical professionals and training them to use this new system and allowing for quick and easy automatic upload of data. So they really want to encourage doctors. So that means they're probably going to, I would say probably offer financial incentives, or or perhaps maybe not use the carrot, maybe use the stick, maybe make it harder for doctors who don't use the system to navigate, the red tape and so forth that comes with being a medical professional right now. So it definitely, it has a lot of attributes to it, but I would say that the most concerning is the talk of actually developing the system to, and here it says supporting activities to improve the scheduling and administration of vaccinations. So in other words, the system will let you know, it will find you and let you know when you're scheduled to have your next inoculation that the government thinks that you should have. And it also wants to designate data to be able to interact between public and private partnerships. So it says the secretary may develop and utilize contracts and cooperative agreements for technical assistance, training, and related implementation of the system with private partnerships. So it says that they will be setting health information technology standards, and that will basically dictate how the information can be shared. But it does specifically state that they are going to allow the information to be shared between public and private parties. So that means, the airlines can have your vaccination record. So if it's deemed for the good of the population, then when you go to buy a plane ticket, if you have not been vaccinated, the scheduling system, the inoculation scheduling system, might contact you and let you know that you're due for your next vaccination, or you're not going to be able to buy that plane ticket.
Wow. So the anti-whites in the government. Now, folks, I want you to be aware that this is another one of the cases where, and we have been right every single time, where the anti-whites, when they move forward with something that is going to victimize more people, and I've tried to describe this as like the difference between a blunt object trying to pierce something versus a sharp object, like an arrow, say. So the more people they victimize with their actions, the harder it is for them to achieve the objective. They have fewer people that want to carry out the objective, and they have more resistance. So something like this is going to incur a lot of resistance. It doesn't mean that it will never happen, but rest assured that people have been talking about the government controlling all of your medical data and forcing things like vaccines on you from my earliest years in the white sympathetic sphere, and it was happening before then as well. It was always imminent. So you don't take steps. This is the kind of thing that you take this information, and it is revelatory of anti-white objectives to inflict harm on Western kind, because in all of these cases, they hand out waivers like candy to different groups of people, and you would see the same thing here. The primary victim group would, of course, be Western kind, and nonetheless, the anti-whites, relishing any bit of control, would like control over anti-whites of all races. But the victim group, the main victim group, is us. So you take this as something revelatory of anti-white objectives, of anti-white evil, of the kind of people and the kind of objectives that maybe your mom or your daughter or your son or whatever is looking at as an official, an authority in Western civilization. That the authorities, these are the people who deserve respect. These are the people. No, these are the people who are endeavoring to do the gravest harm to us on the basis of our biospirit, our people as Western kind. So we have this, you say they would like to, worst case scenario, they would like to be able to have a database that they can have everyone's names in. They have everyone's information about whether or not they've received this or that vaccine. They have everyone's information for the ability to reach out to them and say, oh, you need this in order to travel, or in order to, I'm sure to be travel by any sort of public transportation. And maybe also they'll mention, your employment will likely need this as well. And then you'll have the employers accessing this information to determine whether or not said employee can continue in their employment. If they had their druthers, if this went through perfectly, is that how it would work?
It looks like that is what they have in mind. And I agree with you. I don't think that we're going to see forced vaccinations. I think what's more likely is they're going to try to make it very complicated and difficult to remain unvaccinated. So people are just going to have to really be devoted to that choice and be willing to think outside the box when it comes to getting what you need. So, if you can't buy a plane ticket, then you might have to plan to drive. It'll just come down to things like that, because I do think that I would be very, very surprised if right now the government tried to force vaccines on people. I think I would not see that coming, but I definitely see them trying very hard to chip away at people's ability to maneuver freely in society unvaccinated.
Yes. They do seem to really relish this. I mean, in these Project Veritas videos, they spoke with these people. Some of them were salesmen. Some of them were purportedly scientists, and they were saying the things they said, and we're not going to repeat necessarily what they said here. We'll leave it up to CNN to determine whether or not any of that was true. But having said that, they did express a sort of giddy, maniacal sickness at being able to make people's lives so difficult that they decide to go ahead and get vaccinated. And we've seen the goalposts moved repeatedly about what vaccination means, what booster means, and I'm sure it's all true. And on this channel, of course, we agree with everything that the CDC says and everything that the World Health Organization says. And even when they disagree, we still agree. That is how much agreement we are in with them. But having said that as well, this is, again, I want to remind folks that this is not something that we in this community in service to white well-being, that we mull over and worry about endlessly, that we just run right off so that we can share the new worst story about what the anti-whites are endeavoring to do to us. No, we take this information and then we use it to spread the lexicon, because the only way. Now, I want you all to imagine this for a second. Instead of going down that path I was just going to go, imagine this for a second. I know I only saw a tidbit of this news that some of the heads of the airlines, maybe they were before Congress or wherever they were, and they were complaining about masks on airplanes. Now, that may or may not be true, or whether that happened. Remember, you have to check with CNN. I don't know what I was watching. Maybe I was just had hit my head and I was hallucinating. But it looked to me that there were some heads maybe of airlines or the industry, and they were talking about whether or not masks, and maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong, are effective on airplanes. Now, what if these people, by way of the work that we are doing, say we had much more success, say this community, instead of so many of us, when the pandemic hit, so many of us decided to go the panic route. So many of us decided not to serve white well-being. They decided to go and buy freezers and meat and all of this sort of stuff. And I told you all, do not do that. And some of you have repented. Good for you. But instead of that, what if we had really just gone crazy sharing and spreading the lexicon? Maybe these guys would have been before Congress or whomever they were before, and maybe they would have, as a consequence of us feeding this into the population, been saying concepts like anti-whitism up there at the mic, Western kind, Western civilization. Could you imagine if that begins to become the conversation? And that would be done because of the work that we're doing. That would end up happening because of the work that we're doing. This is how you change the world. So, Carlisle, what do you think about, it's already passed the House, it's on to the Senate. How long do you think they'll have it? And what are your bets there about what they'll do with it? Might they just let it die there?
They might let it die. I mean, there are lots of things coming up for vote there. I mean, obviously, the spending bill is still being hashed out. So, it might not make it to a vote, and if it does make it to the floor, it might not have enough support. So it might not be a sure thing. I just would say that probably the largest takeaway for this, for the people that I know in the political sphere, is that people need to be very careful with their choices. I know that there are people that are saying that they're going to get vaccination cards and things like that and possibly not receive the vaccination. With this kind of system and with the kind of money and time and effort they're putting into being able to track vaccines to people, that's a really bad idea, because they have already designed an FBI task force to investigate people who have falsified this particular vaccine record, the COVID-19 vaccine. So for anyone who's considering that as an option and thinking that that would be a safe way out of this situation, that's a horrible option. Don't do that. Because if this does pass, and even if it doesn't, they're still investing so much time and effort into figuring out who's been vaccinated and who hasn't. And just to give you an idea of how much money they're willing to throw at this, this system alone has been authorized for $400 million for the fiscal year, just for the upcoming fiscal year, to get it started and off and running. So they're willing to spend a very large amount of money to monitor who's been vaccinated and who hasn't. So just keep that in mind when you make your choices.
Yes, well, that's something that could end up being very valuable to somebody. You go out there and you get a fake card, and that then is something that's in the system somewhere. You had to present it somewhere, an employer, whatever it is, and the ramifications could be significant. I just, for everybody's sake, I hope that you're not presented with this ultimatum. You get the card, or you can't travel. You get the card, or you can't work or at this place anymore, whatever it is. I hope you don't end up with facing that. And if anybody does, let us know. And I guess my recommendation is use every delaying tactic, every available resource that you can find. Dig into it. You're going to be responsible. The onus is on you. You're going to be responsible for what ends up happening to you and your family with relative to your employment. So put it off as long as you can, because as you can see, things are happening daily, and you have pushback everywhere. People are really sick and tired of a lot of the strictures, and that's the kind of thing that has or creates the opportunity for things to be upturned and overturned quite quickly. So hold out as long as you can. And when you come across friends, family, and strangers who are angry about what's going on, whether they're in the right or in the wrong when it comes to this sort of thing, use the opportunity to talk about the anti-white narrative and how you have this uniformity across this narrative across governments and media establishment, and you use anti-white narrative in the conversation. Don't just call it mainstream. Don't just call it lamestream like the conservatives do. Don't just call it these things. Call it the anti-white narrative. That's what they are. And you will have empowered your listener as a consequence. We could go on talking about HR 550. I'm going to put a link up on the description for folks so that they can go and find HR 550 for themselves and be able to reference it in their conversations over these holidays. But with the remaining 20 minutes or so we have with Carlisle, I want to ask you about Christmas. How are you? Are you having a good Christmas season so far? And do you have any Christmas stories you would like to share with the community?
Well, yes, sir, I am. I'm having a really good Christmas season so far. I did get my Christmas tree up, so I'm really excited about that. That actually just happened today, though, so it was a little late. But
better late than never.
Than never. So I am excited, and I have lights on it. I don't have decorations on it, and it is a little tree, but it's what worked for right now because it was able to fit in my car. I have a little car, so but it's a live tree. So I always try to get a live tree because that's important to me. When I was little, we would always go and cut a tree down at this tree farm. My uncle would go with us and cut the tree for us. And so that was a big part of my childhood. And the house always smelled like pine needles. And I love that smell at Christmas time, even though it is kind of a pain to keep up with the tree and keep it watered and so forth. And then, I mean, you are going to be sweeping up pine needles off your floor for a while after you get rid of the tree. But it is, I just think it really brings so much to your house when you have like this, this live tree, and it's just bright and pretty and smells good. So
Yes. Well, that's what I think, that maybe these small trees are the way of the future. A lot of people are getting, I mean, my mother, a lot of people are getting small trees, like,
really?
4 feet and under. And I've seen, this is the first time in my life I've seen these, these sites where they're selling Christmas trees, and they have these miniature trees. I mean, I don't know if there are a lot of miniature people out there, and now they want miniature trees, but they're selling these now. So it must be something that's catching on. When I was a child, and it just wasn't an artifact of being a child and therefore a diminutive human being, but I think people wanted bigger and bigger trees. And it was like people were like trying to fit like a redwood tree in their living room, and just to have like the biggest, craziest tree. But now it seems like people are going the other direction. So maybe you're on the leading edge here with these mini trees.
Well, that works out really well for me because I am short and small. So maybe it is, a small person thing, and that works out well. I did realize today that when I put the star on top of my tree, I will actually be able to do it without needing a chair. So I'm excited this year.
Wow.
No chair needed.
That's no chair. Well, I guess it reduces the possibility of getting injured, which you've had enough injuries, so I don't think you need any more injuries.
I
Now, talking about injuries, and you say with the uncle, you went out, you cut the tree. Now, were there any injuries involved in cutting the tree down, bringing the tree back, or the tree ever burned the house down, or anything like that?
No,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
We never had those kinds of issues.
Okay.
I did have an injury once on Christmas Day when I got.
You don't say.
When I got roller skates for Christmas when I was 8, and decided that I wanted to see how quickly I could go down the slope of my grandmother's driveway if I took the dog by the leash and let him run in front of me, because we had at the time a really active dog that enjoyed running so much that if given the opportunity, and if he was not on a leash, he would take off and just run like a greyhound. So you had to be very careful opening the door and closing the door, and it was just it was challenging. So putting him on a leash, I wrangled him outside and decided that this was going to be fantastic. I was going to go really fast, hooked up behind the dog. And what happened was I started to feel very out of control shortly after heading down the driveway. So I did the toe stopper thing on the roller skate. Unfortunately, the dog did not stop. And so
he didn't get the memo.
No, so he kept going. And so I fell forward and ended up with stitches in my chin.
Oh my gosh. How many stitches?
6 stitches.
My gosh. So, and that you say that was your idea of last year?
That was no, sir. I was 8.
Oh, okay. All right. That wasn't an adult decision. That was a child's decision. All right. Wow. Well, that sounds dreadful. That was Christmas Day?
That was Christmas Day.
I bet everybody was happy. I bet all the adults were happy when they had to run you to the hospital to get stitches in the midst of everything else.
Absolutely.
Do you have any other Christmas stories you would like to share? Did they involve the hospital? More stitches?
I don't have any other Christmas stories that involve the hospital. One year, actually the year before, my mother had, I guess, noticed in some article or something, there was some email chain going around where they were encouraging people to tell their children that you could throw out food for the reindeer. So she made these little cute bags of what she told us were reindeer food, and they were all wrapped up really pretty. And so Christmas Eve afternoon, we all went outside at my grandmother's. It was me and my cousins and my sisters, and we all went out and we had our little reindeer food and we were throwing them on the ground. Well, this was in southeastern Alabama, so it does not snow in southeastern Alabama as a rule, and therefore, it stays pretty warm and the birds don't really go anywhere. And what I didn't know, and the rest of us didn't know, is that the reindeer food was actually birdseed. And so shortly after starting to sprinkle it on the ground, the birds who were not getting fed as regularly at parks and so forth started to notice this. And we actually had a pretty decent collection of birds in the yard, like dipping down to get birdseed. And I started to panic because I was afraid that the reindeer were going to show up and be hungry. And then in my mind, I thought that they would then not be able to leave our yard if they didn't have food to power them to get to their next house. So I was really panicked over this, and I was like crying, and it was just a big mess. And my mom was trying to tell me that they were partly magical, so like you didn't have to worry about them eating as much. And it was it was a mess.
So you were worried the reindeer were going to be trapped in your yard?
Yes, sir. I thought they would be stranded without enough food.
I wanted to say something about cannibalism, but I won't. The reindeer having no food, little Carlisle, they'll all eat each other, and the really hungry ones will come into your house.
Well, that would have been a fantastic thing to tell an upset 7-year-old. That would have been just the way to handle that.
I bet. Well, the only way to remedy it would have been to have that 7-year-old hide under her blanket. And by doing so, the reindeer would magically have enough to eat and would move right along. What a story that is. What did your mother do? Did she ever try that again, the reindeer food?
We never saw the reindeer food again. That was the last time we fed the reindeers.
I actually saw the other day a video of I guess it's a reindeer. It was running along. It was a train zipping through a landscape, and it was snow-covered hills. It was quite lovely, and there was I guess a reindeer running along the side of. I mean, fast. I couldn't believe how fast they were. Are they called reindeer? The actual reindeer, the ones that look like? I don't even know what their real name is.
I don't know.
I don't know if they eat birdseed, so I don't know if it would have availed you or not. Anyhow. In Alabama, the birds swooping down. So were you shown, the next morning, that movie by Alfred Hitchcock called The Birds?
No, sir. My family did not decide on Christmas Day at age 7 that showing me the birds would be a good move to help get over the trauma of the day before. I think that's the thing that you have to do with children is when they get panicked and nervous, you have to make it worse. That's the direction you want to go when a child gets panicked and nervous, is you want to make it worse. You want to say that the reindeer are going to become cannibals, and if they get hungry enough, they'll try to get in the house. So go and hide. And then the next day I got a cute little movie to watch. It's in black and white though, but they colored. I think they did color Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds. I think it is in color. Oh, fantastic.
Looks like they are called reindeer.
Oh.
People are saying they are reindeer.
Do they eat birdseed?
Art acrobats. Do they eat birdseed? Jay Link said he saw 2 moose once, but never a reindeer. Aren't they? The reindeer are only over on the other side of the planet. They're not actually on this side of the planet.
Oh, right. They live at the North Pole, right?
Well, of course, with Santa, right?
Exactly.
All of those adult children watching, that's where they live. They live with Santa, and they don't have to cannibalize. Just means that they're throwing a party, and they have. And that's why I was saying if they get really hungry, they might try to come in the house. They're
You're
looking
gonna
for
have a bunch of
popcorn.
children concerned that the reindeer are gonna throw parties on their lawn now.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. They're going to throw cannibals on there. Now, when we started talking, there was a giant crash. Was that a reindeer in your house?
No, sir, that was my dog. He's a little rambunctious, and he crashed right under the desk, and then laid down like he was just happy to be right there. So, and that's where he is. He's happy now.
Is he about 700 pounds? Because that's what it sounded like. It sounded like
he did put on the COVID. What is it?
COVID 20, 50.
Yeah, something like that. COVID 100, maybe. He's a little. As I think I said on one of your shows, he's about 120 and I'm about 108. So he actually outweighs me. So when we go to the park, it's like who's walking who. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Just get him a saddle. Or something that I thought would always be cool is to have a. I think it's called a sulky. Is that what it is? The little two-wheeled carriage that you put on the back of. You can put them on the backs of dogs. You usually see it on a horse. Is that what it's called? A sulky?
I'm not sure.
And then they race like that, but they do it for like Rottweilers or other big like bull mastiffs. They hook them up and then they put things that you're traveling with, like your belongings or something, on the sulky, and then the dog is trained to walk along with it. But I thought if you got a big enough dog and you're a little enough person, that would be great. That would be hilarious to see that at the park. Somebody just exercising their giant mastiff or whatever it is by having it pull them around in a sulky.
Well, he's not a mastiff. He's just an obese lab. But perhaps for Halloween he could go as a mastiff.
Well, there you have it. Get him a mastiff costume and it's resolved. A mastiff who is about only half as tall but twice as wide.
He's like the Dachshund version of a mastiff.
Oh my God, that's funny. Little legs, big fat body.
Pretty much.
A sausage. What do you have planned for the rest of your this week and Christmas? Anything interesting? Are you gonna put up lights outside? You're gonna go view lights? Or are you gonna?
I definitely am probably gonna go view lights. I will probably go with my nephew and view some lights near my house. We have a big light display not far from me, like a drive-through one. So we'll probably do that. And then I don't really have any plans for Christmas. Today I did go celebrate with a friend. She invited me over to her family's home, and that was very kind. They were so generous, and that was wonderful. I had a wonderful time. There was the cutest little boy there. He was so sweet.
Well, that's sweet. What all did you all? I guess you all ate and did you play with the little boy?
Yes, I spent so much time playing with this little guy. He had a fire truck, and we were like pushing it back and forth to each other.
That's sweet.
Was so sweet.
That's really sweet. How old?
He was 2.5.
Oh my goodness, he's still kind of new.
He is kind of new.
That's sweet. Was it a lot of people at the house, or?
No, so there was maybe 10 adults and then like a handful of children. So, a decent amount, but not a huge party. But I mainly, after the little guy came in, he actually sat in my lap when he got there. Before, I had never met him before. And after that, we were buddies. And then we got on the floor and started playing with his fire truck. And that's pretty much what I did the whole time. He was so cute. I love children at Christmas. It's amazing. They get so excited.
It's a magical time of year. And we were talking about that yesterday on Tap. It really is. There's something genuine that it just feels it's identifiable. And Brant Danger was talking about it, and Naderific, Jared George, they were talking about it. There just is something, and it's like one thing leads to the next, and it seems more exciting and more magical. It's something that clearly is ingrained in our biospirit, and maybe children in their innocence are able to tap into it much more clearly. Certainly, before they've been inundated and infected with anti-whitism, all the mean pathogens to teach them to hate themselves and deny their true essence. Hopefully this little boy will end up getting inoculated against anti-whitism, the only inoculation that can protect the soul. And so we hope he will, because it would be tragic if every single baby, every single child that ends up, white child that ends up being infected by anti-whitism is absolutely a tragedy. It's tragic. And we need to get between them and the anti-whites who want to do this to them. Well, we'll let you go now, and you can give us your final thoughts on Christmas or on the legislation, whatever you want. But we'll have you back soon, and really appreciate you coming on to discuss that legislation again, folks, which is HR 550. And I will put it up in the description after the show so that you can bring it up for the purpose of sharing the lexicon and dialectics. But the floor is yours.
Well, I don't really have anything else to say, except I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so glad that everyone is always so kind in the chat. It's really nice. I appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate it, and thank you so much for coming on, and we'll talk to you next time, all right?
All right, have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Our children are under attack. Our civilization is under attack. No one is coming to save our children. It's up to us to create alternate institutions, including an alternate education system. Pulling your children out of government-run schooling is the first step. Giving them an education in white well-being is the next step. It's time to remember who we are. It's time for our children to know who they are. It's time for our children to learn what makes the white race unique. It's time for our children to learn the history they are denied by the anti-whites that control our textbooks. It's time for our children to learn the psychological tools to defeat the psychological attacks from anti-whites. It's time there was a school made for our people. It's time for School of the West.
Starting in January 2022, the School of the West will offer the first of its kind courses in white well-being. Our youth course will focus on European culture, earth science, anti-white propaganda, as well as relevant art projects. Our teen course will focus on how propaganda is used, the anti-white feelings of inferiority, the science of European migrations, Achieving Group Well-Being, the Origin and Effects of Corruption, the Importance of Leadership, and the Importance of Tradition. A more detailed description of the courses offered can be found on the Membership Plans tab at schoolofthewest.world.
All right. Well, that was fun. And looks like some people were saying, somebody saying they were caribou? And then maybe, did Jilly say they were caribou? Who said that? Or they were the same color? And then Brandt, I think, said that the reindeer are in Alaska. Is that right? But, and then I don't know, we have, looks like Fernol and No W Guilt saying it's a carriage, the thing I'm referencing. I guess it is a carriage. I'll have to look it up. Maybe we'll look it up during the stream and find a photograph that I can share, and then immediately have the anti-whites penalize me for sharing, I'm sure. But what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick look at the comments and financial gifts that have come in. Then we're going to get into the Going Free lesson of the day, which is going to be empowering for you when it comes to the people you would be speaking to at these parties, to get-togethers. Think if Carlisle had just been listening to us do this before she went to the party today, she could have been empowered and could have put everybody, those other adults, 9 others or whatever it was, in their place when she had a conversation with them. Let me jump over here to Cash App, and it looks like we have the Great Arts Acrobats financially gifting $12.25. Thank you so much, dear brother. And he writes here, the love we have for our people is not negotiable. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. And here she is, folks, the one and only I Love Jesus Christ. This is her time of year when she really shines. Financially gifting $10. And she writes, as always, for White Wellbeing. That is a pure soul. Thank you very much for all that you do in service to White Wellbeing, and a very Merry Christmas to you. I'll turn back around this way. No W Guilt says there is a sulky too. I just looked it up. Well, there you have it. So now all I need to do is, if I ever decide to get a dog again, I'm going to get a great big one so that I can hook a sulky up to it and just have him pull me around town. And then I'll be that guy. The whole town will know me. There's that guy on the damn sulky again with his whatever dog, his Georgia Giant, pulling him down the road. No, I'm not going to do that. I can't afford to feed such an animal. What do we have over here? OG Snoop is here. Financially gifting $10. Thank you, brother. And let's see what he has to say. He says, consistently on PWR, you have made the conscious choice to forfeit attendance on episodes now you are making a statement about my decision. And so this is your observation. So I will read it as your observation. So he's saying, no white guilt. You have not been present on NWG when there are people, guests from the NJP on the episode. That's true. And then he goes on and says, I completely support this decision, but was curious on why you make this choice. Is it because of a difference in manners, values, worldview, culture, methods, optics, lexicon, or etc.? Well, this was something that started when, after I gave constructive criticism to the NJP when they were brand new, to the folks over at NJP, and they did not like the constructive criticism, and then did not want to appear with me. And so an agreement was reached that I would not be present when they came on the show. And there was some ups and downs there that are just, more unnecessary information to share about that. But that's ultimately now how it's ironed out. When they appear on the show, I won't be there. They do not want to appear with me, and I still have my constructive criticisms. I support, as you know, OG, the all efforts that serve white well-being in a way that accords with my morality, and focusing on other races of people and directing vitriol and hatred at other groups of people does not accord with my morality. I also just think it's a destructive approach, and they believe otherwise. Now, the track record of that approach is not good, but everybody who comes along and they want to take this approach, they think that they're going to be able to make it work. And I will, offer constructive critiques, because if somebody is caring about the well-being of our people, I want them to be as effective as possible. And they will, continue down the path that they have chosen. And then, of course, we had Baylog appear and on with Murdoch, and he made very clear what the organization, what they were all about. And it's very different from what we do in service to white well-being. So I have not offered any more constructive criticism to them. They don't, they're going a very specific direction. And I hope that none of their participants end up getting harmed, as so many end up harmed in that sort of vehicle. And I hope that they, all of their leadership, they don't end up in jail or dead or what have you. So in that sense, as from man to man, I guess I hope the best for them. But I also, in hoping the best for them, I hope that they choose a course at some point more directed toward the love of our people, because you don't, we had the great Mr. V point out, you don't demonstrate love for someone or some group by hating another group. We rest assured, no one is going to be able to victimize white babies if we set up a bulwark against all anti-whiteism and all anti-whites. I don't need to know what their story is. I don't need to be a villain in their story. I don't need to know what they call their villains. And it's very telling, the folks out there who attack cult-like because you won't adopt their, if you will, like the anti-nationalist or Hitlerian position. They have these litmus tests, and if you don't pass them and you don't follow them down their spiral, then they, like a cult, they attack, they ostracize, they defame, they misrepresent, and they know what they're doing when they misrepresent. Then it's just like the anti-whites. There's no difference. They intentionally misrepresent in order to turn people off. So I otherwise wish them the best. Promethean Promulgation, and thank you very much for the question and the $10 financial gift, brother. Wow, let's get the raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen, because we have another reason to have them out. Promethean Promulgation, financially gifting $100. $100, and writing here simply, go free. Damn right, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. $100 financial gift from a true champion in service to white. We've done many magnificent things in service to white well-being. Promethean Promulgation. Thank you, good sir. Go free indeed. I think that I do want to say before we move on, we come to, all of us, I think, who are in service to a white sympathy, I guess I could say, broadly speaking. And I say this often over the years. We all start in this beautiful place of having this willingness. Now, that doesn't mean everybody, by the way. I'm talking about everybody who is genuinely here, honestly here. There are people who come into the white sympathetic sphere who hate the race that they're a part of. And that's why they came in. There are people who come in because they're cryptos, they're anti-whites pretending to be white sympathetic. There are people who are paid to be inserted. But everybody who's genuine starts in a beautiful place. And then they just look out at the world and they make a decision about the direction that one goes in order to object to the victimization. And I was like everybody else, and that I looked out into the world and I thought, and you have the pressures of everybody saying, just like I said, it really is a cult. You have these pressures like you have to call yourself this, you have to believe this, you have to believe that, you have to oppose that this way. And I had the same pressures, but I was, I guess, irreverent because I had questions. I questioned, if this is all working, then why am I coming in here at the, and everything is at the very bottom, and we're losing every day. It gets worse every month. So have you all taken a look at exactly what you're doing? And so I pushed back, and so I sympathize with everybody. And so many folks have gone down a bad path or unproductive path. And then they find going free and they realize, wow, well, we really can legally, morally change the world that we're in. We can change our lives. Feel good about yourself, folks. Feel good. Make the decision to feel good about yourself. Don't make the decision to, pull up at the I don't know, something you have to do on a daily, like the grocery store each week. You pull up at the grocery store and you get out of the car. Don't fantasize that you are the villain in Hollywood's latest movie, striding toward the grocery store. Genuinely, honestly, see yourself as a true champion and agent of change that is putting an end to anti-whitism, the thing that is destroying Western civilization. We decide what that looks like. You're not imitating anything that happened in a movie or a book or in some black and white historical footage or some antique shop. You are a person today making the decision to be the good guy. You're not the bad guy and looking out at people in the world and just like, yeah, there's more of the XYZ. Oh, there's some more of the XYZ. Well, I'm the bad guy striding through. Don't do that. I know the appeal. I know it's a lot of people out there think it's fun to be that way, but that's not going to change anything. And you're going to feeling that way about yourself, that you're that villain. Remember, we were talking about hello being the new goodbye for our, for like that, like some insular group. You will still, even though consciously you will think, and you could say, oh, we're actually the good guys. Your subconscious mind sees you as the bad guy. And that is deleterious for your psychology. You'll never grow. You can only really begin to become something great when you make this transition to going free. And it's not saying that this is the only way. It is the way that is working. And I'm going to continue with all of these champions improving going free so that it becomes increasingly powerful and efficacious for us in our objective to reclaim our destiny. It is not the only way, but it is the way that is succeeding. And these other metrics out there about our metric, I mean, you could just compare the metrics and then I'm going to move on. Our metric is, are we improving ourselves? Are we becoming better people? Are we becoming moral champions? And simultaneously, are we transitioning the language that's used in society to discuss all things? Because of all of that, I'm not going to, all of the reasons we've talked about before, but I just don't have time to talk about now. That's the metric. And so we look out and we see people coming to and using the whole thing formulated from the start, intelligent people going out there, industrious people, and targeting and spreading, and it's a curative contagion said from the very beginning, and it's spreading, and we're having the exact kind of opposition that we said would exist. At the same time, it continues to spread. That's our metric. When you're talking about some of these other groups, not necessarily NJP, maybe so, I don't know. But when you're talking about some of these other groups or endeavors from the past, the metric was how many people can you get to march in a street or show up at a meeting and shout, because doing so is symbolic of strength, and strength is symbolic of force. Well, there have been mighty groups, mighty. The Klan had, and now I don't know anything about, I'm not defending the people in the Klan I have no, again, only where endeavors accord with my morality do I support. And much of what is shared and known about the people who participated in endeavors of this, it definitely does not accord with my morality. Focus on other races of people. But they had, I understand, at the beginning, what was it, like 1940s, 50s or somewhere around there? They had like 2 million members. They marched on Washington, D.C. with tens of thousands. Nobody's going to get anywhere close to that. And that was at a time when the country was far whiter. That was at a time when far more people would have said, yeah, we should not allow white erasure. And even with that, these massive shows of strength, they did nothing. They lost. Look at where we are today. So a show of strength is a threat of violence. And the threat of violence today is a quick way to get your life ruined. And we don't want that for anybody. So just remember that what is the metric here? What's being measured? And then how efficacious is the metric? And now we're going to get a raucous round of emojis going. Break them out, because it's Christmas emoji time for Marie Curie, who financially gifted $300. God bless you, Matt. That is so wonderful. She writes here, hello, Jason. I was very happy to hear that you are dating someone. Oh, well, that's nice. I didn't know that was coming. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. I think you mentioned it on the Thanksgiving special. She says, try to take Mrs. Jess Horst as an example. Oh, with all of those children. That's right. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all my white brothers and sisters all over the world, especially in South Africa. Lots of love from Germany! Exclamation point. P.S. Did you finally get the 800? It was withdrawn from my account on the 14th of December. We did indeed, and I started the gathering tonight and mentioned it, that we did indeed. I followed up with Entropy and made sure the $800 financial gift for the journey down to Mama Fraulein Dresden and back did indeed come through. And my heartfelt thanks goes to you, dear lady, and a big salute to you as well. And $300 more on top of that. I hope everybody in the live chat is truly celebrating your generosity, your princessly generosity. We deeply appreciate it. And your service to White Wellbeing in so many ways. Thank you so very much. Got the cards as well, and they made it down to Mama Fraulein Dresden and is brightening her day. Thank you so much for all of your care and concern for that woman and for all of us in service to White Wellbeing. We're going to make this happen, and it's going to be because you have wonderful people like all of these folks who are chiming in. Marie Curie, Promethean Promulgation, OG Snoop, Tall Kevin, Vulture Man, and more. We have Slots over here, a great champion in the Tall Kevin widget, says, consider advertising the Sunday show. Oh, good idea. Just set the link to a page that automatically opens your stream, like Entropy, or some landing page with the link at the top and books material advertised below. That's a great idea for advertising over on Gab. We will do that. Thank you, Slots. I really appreciate that. Let me turn around and make sure we didn't miss anybody here that we want to mention. And I will take a look. No W Guilt says, I see you blushing. Merry Christmas, brother. Well, thank you. Merry Christmas. Okay, good. We didn't miss anybody, and the stream appears to still be working. I'm going to slide through. We're going to have your calls, but first we're going to do this really quickly. Actually, we'll jump over to here, and I want to get your calls. The very first thing I want us to take a look at, this is 2nd edition, iteration 2, Go Free, ladies and gentlemen, is the universal response. You will find it on page 235, 2nd edition, iteration 2, Go Free. This is supposed to look all beat up because it's a practice. If you want to have a pristine copy, you want to put on the shelf, then so be it. But you should be going through. It should be full of notes, all your thoughts as you work. There are places specifically set aside for you to write notes down, because this is about a personal paradigm shift, a la First Last, and we thank him for that. A personal paradigm shift. You are changing your view, your worldview, and it takes a lot of effort. When you are going to be among friends and family, and perhaps even strangers, during the parties and get-togethers, these holidays, you want to have this on your lips, so you can write this down, rewind, and listen again to write it down if you miss it. This is when an anti-white is saying to you, any set of reasons, any set of pretexts for victimizing Western kind, you simply say to them, doesn't matter what those things are. You can address specific things, specific MPs, if you're ready with that response. But if you're not ready with that response, you can say this. No matter what you say, if your conclusion is anti-white, I reject it. No matter what you say, if your conclusion is anti-white, I reject it. I want you to visualize yourself at that dinner table. You're sitting across from that anti-white cur that you're related to, or has married into your family, or whatever it is. And they're getting ready to tell you why. Maybe it's one of these little impudent young anti-white white females. And she's going to just give you a what for about how you are this anti-white slur, that anti-white slur. Instead, you're going to, rather, when she says that, you're going to shut her up in one sentence. And then you just go right back to eating like you had swatted a fly by saying, no matter what you say, if your conclusion is anti-white, I reject it. And then let the little snot argue about why the white race should be victimized. The more she talks saying that, the more any anti-whites talk defending the victimization of a people, the better you look, the worse they look. So have that on your lips, ladies and gentlemen, and then come back when we get back together. I want to know how it ended up working out for you. Here's another thing. I will share. There are a bunch of these in the book. So if you have it, you can go ahead and empower yourself before these get-togethers. Maybe you take a picture of a page with your phone, and then when you're at the get-together, you can just open the picture, you can zoom in, and you can say, oh, I could say this, I could say that. Very often when you're confronted with anti-whites at get-togethers during the holidays, they will make the argument that white people don't suffer. Like, especially if you have food at your house, then they'll say white people don't, like, that's all that matters in the world is you, whether or not you have the most modest of meals. This is how they will behave. So you can be empowered with the numerous ways that we are victimized as a people. And the problem is that the anti-whites, they don't spend time telling you how we're victimized, right? You're not going to turn on the sitcom and have, for the past 20 years, for the past 30, for the past 50 years, however old you are, endless scenarios of some aggrieved white person, just average white person, complaining to some other character on the show or in the movie, whatever it is, in the book, about we are harmed this way and that way and this way and that way. So by the time you get to where you are at this moment, you have it all in your head of all the different ways that we are harmed. No, in fact, they deprive you of all of that because they know that it's the concepts with which you think that enable you to defend yourself or fail to defend yourself, and therefore our people. So if you look on page 254 in Go Free, 2nd edition, iteration 2, page 254, this segment begins. It written here is some of the ways in which we are victimized by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. What follows is a list of some of the complaints I have made about our victimization. I offer them here to empower you when going free and to facilitate the process, when helping others to go free, when debating anti-whites, etc. I will explain this list with future iterations and editions of this work. And so I'll read some of them now. We are dehumanized, demoralized, demeaned, distressed, devalued, browbeaten, and humiliated all of our lives. We suffer from decreased opportunities with school, decreased opportunities at work, decreased opportunities in the lodge. We suffer from hostile anti-white climates in all spheres of our lives. Your work, the school, your professor, they are all hostile anti-white environments. You can't speak up with pride about our people, our accomplishments. You can't say any of that. They are on you in a moment to socially lynch you and then to haul you before some anti-white tribunal. Two more things that you can point out about the way that we are victimized. There aren't any social lynchings of people who are anti-white or of any other group at all. Only of us. Share that. We suffer from anti-white regulations and rules. Again, everywhere in your life. We suffer from general societal blame. We have to live every day of our lives with the burden that our people is responsible for all of the failures, all of the wrongs, all of the etc., all of the crying children. Our people are responsible. You have to live with that burden. What is the psychological toll on the individual having to live with that sort of white guilt? We are bullied and intimidated by anti-whites. Everywhere we go, we are bullied and intimidated. And they are trained with all of the news and entertainment media and academia on exactly what to say. And you are not, until now, on how to defend yourself. So it's very easy to bully you. You want to get fired from this job, Pete? You want to keep saying those things that sound like they might be racist? And you have to fear that bullying and that intimidation on a regular basis. Our right of self-expression is restricted and denied. That is a big one. People rarely talk about it. I've almost never heard anybody else talk about it. But as Westmen, men, women, and children of Western kind, our right of self-expression is absolutely denied to us. You cannot share any expression of our biospirit that in some way uplifts our people. Everything that we do, music or art or opinion or demeanor, everything we do has to be couched in a way that at best is not going to, in its neutrality, in its vapidity, is not going to attract the curiosity and ire of the anti-whites. Because if it has any flavor, if it has any soul coming right out of our biospirit, the anti-whites will notice and they will attack you for it. So our very right of self-expression is denied to us. Of course, very easy to say, we're marginalized and sidelined everywhere, disempowered and disenfranchised. One of the most powerful that I've liked to use, and maybe I'll say these because a couple more that are really easy. We're forced to apologize for being white all the time. We're made to hate ourselves, our bodies, and our history. So it's not just everything that white people has ever done is evil and awful. So you have to hate it. You have to disavow it. But you also have to hate your very body. White skin is awful, they tell us, in so many iterations. Blonde hair means dumb. Polish ancestry means dumb. Fair skin means weak and frail. We've heard it all of our lives in countless iterations. Made to hate ourselves, our body, and our history. We are made to feel common and unimportant. This is another big one. Because we're made to feel common and unimportant by way of the comparison with non-whites and their cultures, which are said to be special and unique. If you have a group of people, and this group over here is special and unique, and that group over there, special and unique, and that group is special and unique, the only ones left there who are not special and unique, the white ones, it's very easy to identify that you are less than the ones who are special. You're forced to live with that. It's another way that we're victimized. This is one of the biggest ones, and I will end on this one and we'll move along because we're eating up all the time of this gathering, but it's this. We are denied the right to life by way of the dictum, the anti-white dictum, the belief, the statement that states that the only good white person is an anti-white white person. That utterly delegitimizes our right to exist. Think about it. The only good white person is an anti-white white person. That is a delegitimization of our very existence, of our very right to exist. Why haven't there been, long before I and all of you came along, why haven't there been champions for our people who articulated these things to what's happening to us? Well, I'll tell you why. In part, and we won't go into it into much detail tonight, but in part, there hasn't been a comprehensive articulation of these most poignant, harmful inflictions on our personhood and our peoplehood. Because number one, it's something that requires a lot of intelligence, courage, etc., in order to begin down that path, to begin constructing it. It takes a lot of humility in order to be wrong, so that as you're cutting your way through the unknown, when others say, well, actually watch there, there's a pit viper there, that you're able to say, wow, okay, I'm going to keep going this general direction, but I'm going to take this jog around this pit viper. And so it takes humility. And the other reason why this hasn't happened is because there is inertia of these other matrices, of these other endeavors, this cult of Hitlerianism, this cult of anti-nationalism, all of these sorts of things, that the moment you begin cutting a new path through this anti-white jungle that is absolutely devouring and destroying our people, they show up at your door to say, you're not using the right words, you're not worshiping the right people, you're not focusing entirely on the right people, you're not calling yourself by the names of some other people's story, and they slander the hell out of you until you are become an oblivion to the rest of the folks in the white sympathetic sphere. That is one of the main reasons why, despite all of the efforts that are made to undermine us and the good work that we're doing, we have to stay resolute. We have to continue to push. We have to never allow anyone of any of these different groups, whether they're just wrong-headed, just wrong, or with malice aforethought, we have to prevent them from holding us back from this new path that is clearly working for us as individuals and as a people. And we'll be right back.
thralls of wretched Master Flame, who haunted secret halls. He made himself a master and taught his children well. He vilified the noble gods and banished them to hell. They grew into a people of vain pretentious flesh. The world was theirs to own, his specials the Viresh. Disguised as blameless victims, proud kingdoms brought to ends. They undermined in secret, pretending to be friends. Theirs was the one true God, one Lord to rule them all. They claimed to bring salvation, but led fools to their fall. They named their victim Ganya, an upright talking beast. They stripped him of his rights and slew him for the feast.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Wow, please give a raucous round of emojis for the great Luke Mason and Groundhog Fury. Those are two champions, just par excellence, non-pareil. They are wonderful, are they not? They have dedicated their talents, their time, truly fantastic. And I am so indebted to these two men for all that they have done. Thank you both so very much. Merry Christmas, good Yule, Happy New Year. To the both of you. I know you'll be celebrating White Wellbeing one way or another, and thank you all for celebrating those folks. It's really remarkable. Let's get to some announcements, and I'll take a look at some of the things you all are saying. I also want to again give my deep thanks to everyone who has financially gifted, because it really does demonstrate the financial gifts are a testimony in and of themselves of the success of the work that we are doing. The people see it in themselves and they see it in the world around them. So thank you all very much. I really deeply appreciate everything that you're doing in service to White Wellbeing. Those folks who are financially gifting and everybody who's doing even the least of things you think is just not much, it's added to everyone else's efforts. So please, if you're not participating, no, get involved. Otherwise, if you already are participating, thank you so very much. It means everything to me. It means everything. Trust me, even though they don't know it yet, every one of those little white babies at that Centennial Elementary School, I think it was called, every one of those white babies across the West in the wombs yet, those white babies that are still just the twinkle in their parents' eyes, it means everything to them. Think about them. And that will be the love that will move you forward through everything the anti-whites can throw at you. You won't need the anti-whites to put you in the news and say that you're some kind of a scary person and watch out for you. You won't gain gratification from that. You won't be dissuaded from your service when they try to put up roadblocks here and they censor you here and they kick you off of it. We got kicked off of another one. I don't care. Just means I'm going to be getting on to two more. So nothing will stop you then when you're thinking of them. And you know that's the truth. So when these people say what's stronger, love or hate or whatever it is, give me a break. There's no comparison. All right, let's get to these announcements. If you haven't already, you're probably going to be too late to have it for Christmas. But if you haven't gone over to whitepeoplepress.com, Tony Vermont does wizardry over at whitepeoplepress.com. You need to get over there. We're talking about children. If you have access to them, make sure if you have access to kids, you pick up 50 Classic Tales over there at whitepeoplepress.com. They have other wonderful books there for children, for adults. You're going to find something for everybody in the family. Buy from within our community. Tony is going free, and he has told me that he's going to keep the work that he's doing over there white positive. That means everything, the big difference between white negative speech and white positive. He's going to remain white positive. Let's make sure that this community supports him. So 50 Classic Tales is a wonderful book, and I do still intend to read some into a video from that very book. You know what else I received? I was very happy to receive a message from none other than that golden one himself, Marcus. And he said, my book, I've got a new edition of it, he says, and I want to send it to you right away. Well, it just arrived in the mail, and I want to thank you, Mr. One, I guess I should say, and eager to dig into this. I think I read a couple of sentences a couple of years ago when his first book came out. So let Marcus know that we are sending him much white positivity and gratitude for him sending his new edition to me. And it looks like he's maybe added quite a little bit to what he has here, but I'm eager to dip into that. Thank you so much. And if you're interested, oh, it smells good. That is a good smelling book. Wow. Okay. That's the weird thing for the day that you get to see about me. If you're interested, you need to head on over. Do we know his website where we can direct folks? Maybe one of our moderators could tell you all where to go to find this book. And of course, he has clothing. And we know that Mr. George is a big fan of Golden One's clothing. So check it out when you get an opportunity. Very excited about his new edition. I want to give a great big thank you to No White Guilt Clips. And he has shared with us, and I want to share with you, he has made, among the other things that he's doing. These are from you, right? You're with us, No White Guilt Clips. Check that out. That's great. You could capture that right off the screen. And I'm going to put these up on these and others that folks have sent onto the website so that we can have these available for everyone to make stickers of, make posters of, to share online. That's magnificent. This is what I want to do. And I'll say this a few times because it gets really confusing. When you make a graphic for me and service to White Wellbeing, somewhere on that graphic, put the name, can be small, just so long as I can read it, the name you use online, I guess, so that it's somewhere. And then I know every time I open it again in the future, like I might know, okay, this particular graphic is from this person because they just gave it to me. But 6 months from now, if I show it again, I want to laud you again. And so if your screen name is on there somewhere, then I will be able to say, that's thus and such. Unless you don't want to be celebrated. And then maybe only the first time we'll celebrate you. And in the future, it will be just a general celebration for everyone who's contributing. But this is a magnificent, and he also shared this. Check that out. And let me remove this for a moment. There you go. So you could copy that right off the screen. It's got a QR code there for people for, they have their phone. They could just scan the QR code, go straight to the website. That's marvelous. They hear the intro video, which is going to do one of two things. Either they're going to say, well, that's interesting, I'm going to check out more. Or they're going to say, oh, no, they're part of the person viewing the website is part of this Hitlerian cult. And so this community here has gone astray of the cult. And so not going to have anything to do with us. Good. But we're going to put this up on the website as well and be able to share that. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate the hard work in various ways that you do. Folks don't really understand how much time it takes to make clips and to make me look good in these clips. So it's really fantastic. Makes me look much better than I am actually, and I'm not going to complain about that. And especially with so many trying to misrepresent, and they give all this time, we need to honor them by taking the hard work that they do and then sharing it. So please do that. Thank you so much. And then this is it Promethean Healing, I think, did this. And if you are with us, speak up. This is beautiful. I love this. You got the website so people know where to go. All of these are so wonderful. You imagine sharing the 9 words in a parent-teacher meeting. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. But we want to talk about slavery here. We want to talk about how awful white people are because there was slavery on planet Earth. Well, atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. So my child is not going to be subjected to that anymore. That's magnificent. Thank you so much. I think that's Promethean Healing. Let's continue. Now, Overton Window, you reached out to me. You made a graphic, and right before the show, I was scrambling for it, trying to find it. Reach out to me again on whatever platform it was. because then I'll be able to find your graphic again. And I really liked it. So reach out when you get an opportunity, and we will get your graphic up on the screen as well. Celebrate you. So please, folks, let's get some applause for those two gentlemen and their work in service to white well-being and these graphics, which, who knows, maybe one of those graphics is going to be the one that's made by this person, shared by that person, and then is seen by that centimillionaire or whatever it is that decides, wow, these people are changing the world with nothing. Could you imagine if I decide to put some of my resources behind them? Who knows? I want to direct everybody's attention to the content creator that we're sharing this week. It is John Bruce Leonard, and he is at johnbruceleonard.com. He is and Yiz is back, and we will call you for a short call very shortly. But johnbruceleonard.com, he was the gentleman who was doing that Learning in Public series with Jared George for a while. We've had him on tap a couple of times, got him on PWR as well. Check out his work. And so that is the content creator of the week. Now we have some cards to share. And let's see, is this, regrettably, I didn't have an opportunity to get all the cards ready to share with you everything that came in the mailbag. Maybe what I'll do is I will do this. We will, while I'm on the phone with folks, I can look at these cards and then see what I can hold up in front of the camera and what I have to keep low and that sort of thing. But before then, we're going to look at these wonderful things that Elaine Sabatino did. She sent me a card as well, and I will share that. But you can see let me get out of the way, that new stocking right there. She did that lovely stocking. And then she did this Santa hat that you see off to this side right there. And she also did this. Take a look at this. This is wonderful. What a talented lady in service to white well-being. Graphics on both sides. And then there are these wonderful stickers. And I'm going to make sure that wonderful people get these. You got gift bag, labels, and just so many of these wonderful things. I mean, this woman is a machine. She is a machine. Let's get her a round of raucous emojis, stickers, and I think most of these things she said, there's only a couple of them that are not. There's a whole box of wonderful things. You got this. This is marvelous. I think most of these things are waterproof. Isn't that right, Elaine? This is truly some beautiful craft work. Thank you so very much. And I will make sure that beautiful people get these things. Wonderful people see these things. Thank you so much for everything you're doing in service to white well-being. You've already made such a splash with the times that the news have, the anti-whites have reported on you. And who knows how many people have ended up coming across white well-being because of your efforts. And then in the future, even if they don't end up going free, and this is the thing you have to remember, folks, when you're out there promulgating the work that we're doing, even if the people who see it don't go free, at least at that moment, maybe they will in the future, but it makes it harder and harder. Every person that comes across the work that we're doing and they see us for what we are, it makes it harder and harder for the anti-whites in the future to try to say, oh, these people are just a bunch of evil anti-white slur Nazis or white supremacists or whatever, because the people that know about white well-being will say, oh no, that's actually, I came across that a couple of years ago. I didn't look into it, but I did see that they're just normal white people who just want to put an end to the victimization of our people. And so, or the victimization of their race, depending on what race the speakers is. So you're doing a world of good by promulgating various ways. It might be something that you'll never see in your lifetime. Or then again, it might be something that you'll see not too long after your endeavor, like we did with Tall Kevin and his sticker that got the attention of the Torba, who is heads up created Gab and that entire network. So I just going to read 2 comments, and I'm going to get to the phone calls. We get plenty of time for phone calls tonight. And I wanted to read, this is Lovely Polridge saying this about yesterday's TAP episode. He said, all these guys are talking about their new projects, what they are doing. Not new ideas, not new philosophies, not new contemplations. Men of action. And of course, he includes the women who are participating as well, doing marvelous things. Men of action. That's what we are. We're men and women of action. And we're going to remain that way, irrespective of what everybody else does and claims is the proper course or the right course. And finally, we have the great reptile here, another genius in our ranks. He says, the warmth of a Western sunrise is the love that burns in the hearts of our heroes. That's lovely. The warmth of a Western sunrise is the love that burns in the hearts of our heroes. And I guess that was inspired by yesterday's TAP as well. So if you missed that, you want to go back and try to catch that this week. Let's take a look at Skype and see who is up first. And I think it was Yiz was the first one to ask if she could participate. So, sister, if you are ready, I will call you this very moment. Let's see what she says here. Yes. So here comes the call.
Hello, I am indeed ready. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you? Merry Christmas, good Yule, Happy New Year.
Hello.
Uh-oh, I don't hear you now.
Hi.
There you are.
Sorry, hold on. I'm having trouble hearing you on Skype. I can only hear you on YouTube. I don't know why I don't have ears on Skype. Give me a second to sort this out.
Yes, take your time. I'll take a look at the comments that we have, and I will remind folks. Actually, while Yiz is sorting that out, folks, please get out your raucous emojis, bring them together, smack those emojis together loud as you can, because Dude Bro Moment has financially gifted $50. $50. He writes, I've been looking forward to this stream all week. Kip. Well, Kip indeed, brother. Thank you so very much. Magnificent. New participant.
I fixed it, by the way.
Oh, that's great. See, we got you. So right as it's like Dude Bro Moment, new participant in service to White Wellbeing. He's coming and he's making things happen. He's very excited, and he shows up, and automatically Yiz's system is working. How are you doing, sister?
I'm stressed and tired and frustrated. This new work contract is it's not the best. It's stressful, but I need the money desperately, so I'm going to ride it out. I might not renew. I'll get a chance at the end of January, so we'll see. But I'm sorry that I wasn't able to do TAP or participate much lately. But between Tuesday and Sunday, I've been driving 50 or 60 hours a week, and I've been working with this local. It's not really a franchise, but it's like a local chain store of. Imagine a merge of a Domino's and a Subway. That's pretty much what it is, and I've been working for them. But anyway, I appreciate you having me on tonight. There's several things I wanted to share, and the one thing I wanted to talk about with you. The first thing was earlier when you were talking about how the anti-whites, the need for them to be busybodies at events in our lives, at family meetings, like the one lady that you had a hypothetical with earlier. Mm-hmm. It reminded me that the goal of them is the enforcement of white erasure, because their morality is what is bad for us. Yes. Their morality enforcement is what every group that wants to have dominance over others or over a society. It's always about moral enforcement, whether it comes from a man in a lab coat or a priest. Yep. The moral enforcement is what they seek to do. And that is what the anti-white narrative is. That's what white guilt is. It is their religion inserting their hateful anti-white morality over us. And that's why it makes us sick once we identify the problem, and it makes us feel so bad. And I mean, we feel bad before we know what to call it, but it makes people like me really angry.
Yes.
And it's because of these people. They are like in the past, those who would sell out people to the priesthood, or they would sell out those to whatever political party was having a coup out of fear, out of just wanting to be a good person and not knowing anything. Because let's be honest, a lot of people, they just want to be good folks.
Right.
And when everything in the news, everything at school, everything Hollywood says, everything that is parroted to them by their corporate training tells them to be anti-white, they believe being anti-white is how they navigate life and be a good person. So even if they're not actively anti-white, they are carrying out anti-white morality enforcement. And that's one thing that we can chew on another day together. But it reminded me of the stuff I've read about history, about how cultures flip. Somebody has a coup and then things change dramatically. I mean, look at what happened in Europe and Eastern Russia or Western Russia in the last 200 years.
Yeah.
All the different regime changes, all the different things that happen. The people that want to take power, they maintain that power by morality enforcement and mind control and propaganda and stuff. And that's exactly what the anti-whites are doing to us. And I don't know, that was on my mind and I wanted to share that. And so we have to reject their anti-white morality and realize that that's what they're trying to do to us. And it's just ugly. But anyway.
No, that's brilliant.
Let me get off my little soapbox here. I'm sorry.
No, we like you on your soapbox. You're very effective. And you're right, this anti-white morality enforcement. It is. And you're talking about what we all experience and have experienced, which is before going free, we had these conversations with people where we were objecting to what we knew was wrong, what we knew was objectively immoral, but we were trapped inside that narrative, that anti-white narrative. And so we would object to what they were doing and yet feel like we were in the wrong, feel like we were immoral in objecting.
Exactly.
And we would walk away from that conversation. We would know that they knew that they were the moral ones and that we were the immoral one. And then kind of almost like with this sick, masochistic, I guess, practice, we would then turn around and say, oh, well, I really want to play the bad guy in their story. I really want to feel like garbage in their tale rather than
exactly. And that's why it's important what you said earlier about don't glorify being the villain of movies and comic books and stuff, because that's the anti-whites winning. When you see yourself as, whether it's, I don't know, Dr. Doom ruling his little place with an iron fist, or some Hitlerian caricature from an era of the past that will never return. No matter what kind of villain that you lean into to try to give yourself reprieve, it's only going to vilify you in the eyes of the people that you're supposed to love and want to have success.
Yeah.
And I think that's a critical thing that many of those who dissent against the Go Free method need to embrace and understand. No matter how hard you lean into being a narrative, our people will reject you if they think you're a villain or a monster. It doesn't matter how cool you think you are,
right,
or how shiny your boots are. It's not going to matter. But anyway, I digress. There are a few things I wanted to talk about with you tonight. Thank you for giving me the time to do so. The first and foremost is in the spring, since my MAGA U.S. Patriot camping trip went so well, I want to have a spring version of that. So in either March or April, I wanted to have a Go Free picnic or barbecue. Ooh. There are a lot of nice campgrounds around here, and so many people are within just a few hours drive of me, since I live on the border of Tennessee and Virginia. So I thought that with the money that I'm making, I could put a few $100s into getting us a nice place with if not inside a building, just a bunch of tables underneath an awning. I could, drop the $50 or whatever to rent us a nice place at a campground, or not a campground, at a, I guess it would be a campground where you don't actually camp, but like you can rent it for like going to have a function at, or inviting a church group to come have a potluck and be outside all day. I don't know what exactly to call that, but there are joint to campgrounds around here. Right. But I thought what I could do is I could reserve one, and then we could plan on it, and I could put my money into it. And for those that can't come but want to help others get to it, we could have sort of a little fundraising thing. I can talk about it on my channel and other people's channels. And maybe in the fall, I could do my Patriot, nationalist meetup and camping trip. And in the spring, we have sort of a more accessible, not in the middle of nowhere camping trip, but sort of just off the interstate near a campground gathering where I bring, pizza and hot dogs and drinks and potato chips, and we invite people, and kids come and can play outside, and we can fly kites together, maybe play some guitar together, sing together. And I'd like to invite anybody who wants to come and just have, I want to host a Go Free get together each year and do it in the spring. And I wanted to throw that idea out here, since Christmas makes me want to come and spend time with all you guys. I wish that we could all live in the same little hobbit shire together, and we could all trade recipes and give each other hugs, and Elaine Sabatino could make us art, and Jared George and Fernald could play acoustic guitar for us around the campfire. Cool. I wish that we could all live that close together and be that close. I know we can't, but it does make me wish that I could do more to get us together at least once a year. And a lot of us live over in the east of the United States or around the south. And I thought that at least once a year, I could throw some kind of get together, completely family friendly. Everybody's kids and dogs and whatever else can come to the campground. We can just grill out and sing songs and celebrate white well-being and togetherness, and maybe inspire other people around the country to have Go Free get-togethers once a year or whatever. And I thought that would just be something that we should talk about for the next couple of months. I'm willing to put my time and money into it. I'm sure others would be too. And it would just be something that we could, going forward, I expect us to grow with the steam that we have, with the reach that we're getting, with how ubiquitous, at least the word anti-white itself, is becoming in media and on the lips of politicians and major content creators. I feel like there's a lot of steam. And the more that we get together in person, and the more that we build annual events that we can all rely on and talk about and blog about and put on our channels and put on our social media, that speaks volumes to the strength and the power of any kind of group, whether it's politics or religion or whatever. And the more of these that we get going across the country and across the world, the more legitimacy and power and sway that we have in positive, accessible ways for regular folks, for the people that we care about and want to uplift anyway. So I thought that maybe we could talk about that going forward, and maybe actually maybe we'll do a tap episode the next couple months so we can talk about it, or I don't know, just do something to where we can get people on the same page, building some type of annual get together. And I'm glad to pay for it and host it. And I would love it, because I'm just off of I-81, and a lot of people going, like, whether it's from Atlantic City down south, or up from Florida, or over from I don't know, Indiana or Nashville or whatever. I live in a pretty accessible place, as long as you don't mind going like 20 minutes off the interstate. So I thought it'd be I'm in a good location to host, and I wanted to hear your ideas about it and get some feedback from the community in the next month or two.
I think that is a great idea, and I'd love to talk about it moving forward. Wonderful. And it looks like everybody in the chat loves the idea as well. That's fantastic. And we'll build that shire as well.
I would love that.
That is fantastic. What a great idea. That sounds like it's a lot of fun.
Have there been any people in the last few years that have put together some kind of shindig like this? Because I don't remember hearing one, but I don't go looking either. I just didn't know if people have done that.
Well, not going free centric, if you will.
Well, I want to make it white positive, going free with our words. And I even have, remember last year I asked you if there was anything I could do for the community, or anything I could make, since I like graphic design and pictures, and you talked about signs.
Yeah.
And I made those signs, just in graphics, not the real signs, but the graphics for them, about white positive area, no anti-whites past this point, that kind of thing.
Yes, that's
and
right.
my white positive community signs. I could even print some of those out for the get together, and we could have little Go Free flags and white positive, white community signs we could put up and hang around the wherever I rent for us to do this. I thought that would be a fun thing to do too.
Yes, I really like that. That does sound like a lot of fun. The exact opposite of what is so many other places. That does sound like it's magnificent. Well, it sounds like a going free club type of event.
And I don't. Once I have time to actually collect my wits and not just be working myself into the dirt every day, I would like to put some thought into doing more in-person, real-life stuff around here in my local area. Not necessarily with you guys, but you're welcome to come up here if you want to visit the Mountain Holler. But I want to start getting more involved with people around me here, since I'm probably going to stay here for the rest of my life. I want to, not not really do anything grandiose, but like get involved with people locally, specifically in the vein of creating a Go Free Club or doing something to put down stakes here locally that is about white identity, is about the good kind of nationalism that we talk about here, loving your people, loving your country, loving your cultural history, that kind of thing. I would like to get involved myself doing something like that, and I can't do it alone. So that's something for me to deal with around here in the next year or two. And I know that some of you in the chat don't live too far away, so you should come over here and help me out with that. I know some of you guys don't live too far away. Bass guitarist, I'm looking at you, friend. So that was the main thing I wanted to talk about. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was just, I've been really stressed with work and trying to get money together to do some things for me and my husband, to build some things. I want to buy some stuff before hyperinflation hits, if that's going to happen. So I'm kind of scrambling to get a lot of money and do a lot of things. So I haven't stopped doing content or streams or doing the networking I used to do to promote White Wellbeing and our lexicon and stuff in other people's communities. It's just, I've had to pull back on the stick because I need to actually take a real work contract and stack this American funny money while I can. So that's what I've been hitting hard for the last 5 weeks. And I know many of you miss me in certain chats and in especially in Telegram. But I just, there's only one of me. God willing, if I could clone me, I wish I had 5 of me to do all the stuff I want to get done for us.
Oh, we do too. You're amazing. No, please don't apologize. Don't apologize at all. I mean, this is exactly, actually, you're demonstrating one of the behaviors that our activists need to learn, which is that you never completely quit your activism, the practice of going free. You just scale it up, scale it back. When you've got to do other things to solidify your base, whatever it is that you need to work on, you scale down the practice, you scale down your activism. What you can do, you cover whatever that issue is, and then when you can come back, you can come back. The same thing happens when folks are getting stressed out from activism, and the key is to not stop, but just to dial it down, and that's how you develop a habit. That's how you never end up giving it up. People they come in, and I've seen in the white sympathetic sphere forever, people come in and they can shine like bright comets. And then they just come right out of the sphere after a while because they burn themselves out. And then most of the time they get burned out because they're using these old methods, these old vehicles that demoralizes them, that has so little success. And,
right.
And so
that's why I love the Go Free method. And I tell people all the time, in whatever circle that I'm in, you got to read this book. You got to understand this tactic, because this is not something that is esoteric. It's not arcane. It's not complex. It's not complicated for anybody to pick up and learn. Whenever, if I'm at work, whether I'm at a restaurant, I'm at a gas station, I can say the 5 key words. And unless someone is mentally retarded, they know exactly what I'm talking about, and they get it.
Yep.
And that tool alone will let us have power where our enemies, the anti-whites, have wanted to take that power from us.
Yes.
And that is what I try to stress to the people that are actually, that are involved in the content creating and the streams, and the people who actually want to do the activism and stuff. When it comes to regular folks, like the people I'm around at work, the people in my family, I don't go so ham on it. I don't go so ham with it. I'm gentle with it, and I use, like, a good example is there's 2 things I wanted to talk about with work. I actually bounced the ideas off this young white guy I work with. He's wonderful. And I'm actually invited him already today to whatever spring get together that I make, and he said he'd like to come meet everybody.
Oh, that's cool.
He's 22, I think, or 23. He's a tall, good-looking young white boy. A week or 2 ago, I was really kicking ass at work and filling in for 2 people at once.
Wow. And
this was at one of the key restaurants that's the most busy. So I was doing deliveries, I was doing stock, I was doing all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
And he said, "Yes, you're great. What can I do for you?" And I said, "You're going to have a lot of beautiful white kids and raise them right on the Go Free method." And he's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "I'll tell you again one day when we have time." and that day was today. And he was pretty receptive to the things that I told him about. So I invited him to the get together. Hopefully he'll come and you guys can meet him and make him feel welcome.
Yes,
and another thing about testimonial going free is there's a lot of people that I work with and work around it, not directly with, that are vague, but of the, you know how like a lot of vagues are sort of the right or nationalist or white positive leaning, but only so slightly. And then you got vagues that slightly lean the other way just because their family listens to CNN a lot and they just sort of absorb it and that kind of thing. So they're kind of the same, but they lean a little bit towards the other way. Well, you know, about half the people at work are that way because there's a lot of college kids and young people and that kind of stuff. And the terms racist and racism came up. And I just said from across the room, I said, hey, y'all shouldn't use them anti-white slurs like that. That stuff's harmful to our people. Because everybody in the store was white. And one of them looked at me like I threw a glass of water in her face. Yeah. And the other one just nodded her head and said, oh, I never thought about it like that. And then she just went back to what she was working on. Wow. And the one who looked like she had water thrown in her face looked at me like I had punched her in the stomach and took her power away. Yes. And earlier in the conversation when you were talking about that, that is what it's like. It's like when you have a superpower or a special weapon, or you're playing a video game or a card game, and you've got the trump card or a new card they haven't seen, or you know some type of secret code in the game that surprises people, or you use a new combo that flabbergasts them and knocks them flat. When you confidently and casually you implement the Go Free method in your life, you will take scalps for our people, son. And trust me, you will do it. Like, you listen to what's said on these streams, listen to me, listen to the other people that do it. You go out there and you speak with confidence, like every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows exactly what I'm talking about. And anybody who acts like they don't or has a problem with it is some kind of bad guy or a moron. That's how you speak with stuff. You speak with casual confidence, and you will take scalps. I'm telling you. Amen. I've been doing it at work for a whole month around everybody, and it works. And people think I'm a good guy. They love me. They love hearing what I have to say. They give me high fives. They think I'm sweet. I ain't no villain in anybody's narrative. I'm a hero in the white positive American narrative, Amen. And they all know it. And so that's why. Again, I don't want to poo-poo anybody who actually cares about Western kind and wants to do good for us, like the Patriot Front guys or the NJP guys or whatever. People come at this stuff from all different angles, from all different backgrounds. I get it, so I ain't going to poo-poo them. But it's time for us to be honest about what works and what doesn't work. And all that stuff that I found before going free didn't work. I was always the villain or esoteric or confusing, and people didn't understand me. Yes. And now I can go about my life. I can go play video games. I can go to the range with my cousin. I can go hunting and talk to my husband's friends. And I can use this lexicon and talk about white identity and talk about the things being done to us in a simple, relatable way that they can all understand. And then you know what? Then they can talk about it to their friends. Yeah. They know how to talk about it at work when they go back to work. And it works, Jason. It works. And everybody needs to implement it and do what I do what you do. And just think if this year, if we can convince 1,000 people to do what you and I do every day, next year it'll be 1 million. Yeah. And then we will have our damn country back.
Woo! That is a firecracker, yes, ladies and gentlemen. That is magnificent. Thank you so much, dear sister. Everything you do in service to white well-being, you are a force of nature, and we cherish every little thing. Anything else? I'm just thankful I found you and I was able to implement this. I wish I would have had this and you and known how to think on stuff 20 years ago, but better late than never, I reckon. And so I got a lot of lost years of wasted time and effort to make up for. So I'm hitting it hard, and I'm gonna burn it at both ends till I can't no more. Amen to that, sister. Amen. Well, thank you. You're welcome to call in whenever you want. It was a blast. We love it. Well, thank you so much, Jason, for all you do. I'll be in touch when I can. I'm going to be really busy working 50 or 60 hours a week, at least the next month. But hopefully when things slow down, I can maybe do another tap, at least do some more call-ins if I'm not working all night on Sundays, which I try not to do. But thank you for having me on and listening to me. Thank you for letting me vent and share positivity with you guys. And thank you so much for the Go Free method, Jason. I know that people like you and I, we don't like to have praise heaped on us directly. I get that. Like, I know you say you're going to build a statue of me and all that. I don't care about that. I want white kids to have a future where they can love themselves again, Jason. That's all I care about. Yeah. Amen to that. And I love you, and I thank you for what you've given me. And I hope that you guys have a wonderful Christmas. And I just thank you for community and all that you guys have given me, because it's something that I've wanted for a long time and I haven't been able to find. And I really appreciate it. God bless you. We love you too, sister. Well, I hope y'all have a wonderful Christmas, and I look forward to talking to you next time. Take care. Merry Christmas. Bye-bye. That was amazing. Isn't she something? let me quickly take a look at these. What a real champion. Wow. She has, it's just so much power of love and purpose. And in her, she's definitely making it happen. A real, I know there'll be in the future, like the years metric, and it'll be how hard you're working or how little you're working or doing in service to yourself and our people. Let me take a look at these really quickly because I have some wonderful. Take a look at this, and then we'll get back to the calls. Take a look at how pretty that is. That is magnificent, isn't it? There we have, well, it's reindeer, and I wonder if they've eaten their share of birdseed today because they're able to fly. It does appear to be the case. And let's see what is said in here. This is marvelous. It says, Jason, I know this is early, but I took the opportunity while sending a card for Mama Dresden. Let's see. Let's see. I will see what I want to share here with you. Okay, so she says, God has given you many gifts. Make sure to turn to him and heed him. Made you in his image. That was from Euro Yankee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's a beautiful card. The card and the sentiment. Bless you, sister. And we also have, we'll look at one more and then we'll take the next caller. I know I've got two cards, actually Christmas cards from Elaine. Where is the, I know I got two cards from Elaine and then there's another. Oh, look at this one. And this lady is, take a look at this card right here. That's beautiful. That was in the mail. Lots of love from Germany. And thank you so much for your great work. Because of you, I know we will again have white well-being. Marie Curie. God bless you, sister. And we just had a $300 financial gift from this wonderful woman. And she financially gifted $800 for the trip down to see Mama Fraulein Dresden and bring her the cheer and the love of this community. Thank you so much for your help in making that happen. The cards to Mama Dresden and your wonderful card that you sent to me is really beautiful. The sentiments are very warm. We have up next, I think it is, who is next in line? Okay, we have, it looks like Patrick is up next. So Patrick, if you are ready, here comes the call. All right. We will have to call Patrick back. So Patrick, get ready because now we're going to go to who's next in line. Let's see. Okay. Okay, looks like. Okay, we'll go to, looks like Patrick is ready. We'll do Patrick really quickly and then come back to, I think, Jim Bob after that. So here we go, Patrick. We heard you.
Hello.
There you are. How are you? A Merry Christmas, good Yule, Happy New Year.
I'm doing really well. How are you tonight?
Couldn't be better. I mean, we keep having one magnificent victory after another. It's like the time for Christmas miracles this part of the year for us. But how are you doing, and what's on your mind, brother?
Well, I had tried to call in last time, but I ran into some difficulties. Okay. And I would like to announce that there is a California GFC.
Oh, that's awesome.
Created back in October.
Nice. Yeah, well, do tell us. I'm just going to write it down.
So, if anybody is a Californian or a former Californian, you can contact the California GFC at californiagfc@gmail.com. It's capital C, lowercase for everything else in California, capital GFC@gmail.com.
All right. Have you been in contact with Mr. V at all?
Oh, we're going to communicate on as soon as possible. We're working on developing the vetting process.
Great. This is wonderful news. Another magnificent piece of news, ladies and gentlemen. Pat, thank you so much for taking the initiative to start a GFC in that glorious state that we made glorious. I mean, it was Western mind, Western man, the biospirit of our people that truly enabled the beauty of that state to be realized, and continues with all of our creations. I mean, think about how many things that are only accessible and only livable because of the things that we have done. So that is marvelous. Do you have, so you just got started, and folks can contact you at californiagfc@gmail.com. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm also on Telegram as well, under Patrick of Southtown.
Patrick of Southtown on Telegram, folks. So, and this GFC, you say, is going to be for California residents and former California residents?
Oh, yes. I feel like former residents should also have a say in what goes on in the state, because it's always your home, even though you've moved away from it. And many people who left because of what the state has become.
Anti-white,
and
yeah.
I don't blame them.
Yeah. No, I don't blame them either. In fact, Patrick, I had many years ago. I don't know. I might have been. I was probably maybe 19, and I was at an American Renaissance conference, and they had this. This was back in the day when the conferences were just run horribly. They would have like these hour and a half long speeches that were like professorial in nature, and then the MC, in this case it would be Jared Taylor, would step up and he would say, well, okay, thank you to that person. Now here comes the next professorial speech. And you would just have to sit there this entire time. It was quite frustrating. Anyhow, after some of these speakers, they would accept questions. And so people would go up to a microphone and they would have a 30 seconds, 60 seconds to ask a question, make a statement. There was a woman, and it's going to be with me for the rest of my life, a lovely white woman who had the passion of our spirit flowing through her. And she got up to the microphone. I mean, the spirit of the West was with her. And she spoke passionately about how her family, generations, had built a town in California. And she was naming all these different places, and how she had to flee that town because of how anti-white it had become. It was so incredibly moving. And so we're not abandoning anything. And this is a marvelous thing that we're going to have a GFC in California. And thank you so much, brother, for starting this and taking the initiative and being the yeoman there, apropos for our people there in California, where there was, as was the rest of the case with the continent, but certainly as wild as California was, the builder of civilization in the midst of a wild, dangerous, and yet hauntingly beautiful place. Anything else you want to share with us, brother, about your work, thoughts on the holidays or the gathering tonight, or anything else? And please remember, you're always welcome to call in. We'll have you at future gatherings.
Oh, thank you so much, Jason. And I actually I love that when I hear people speak passionately about California, because I haven't given up on it either. I live in Southern California, actually, and it's one of the worst areas.
Yeah.
You know, Northern California is way better.
Yes, yeah, that's what I've heard. So you're toughing it out. That's magnificent.
Oh yeah, I almost left too. I've been thinking about it, but I changed my mind after finding. I found your stream completely by accident. It just happened. I think it might have been through Survive the Jive.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Great.
But yeah, no, I haven't given up on California, and I want to provide a means for people to work together and take back the state.
Yeah, I mean, that's to be able to come together in these GFCs and speak about what's happening to our homes, to that entire Southern California that used to perfectly mirror what we had inside of us, and now is something that is quite hostile, quite uncomfortable to us. To be able to get together and speak about these things with a language that's rooted in love, that's rooted in the concern for our people, so that you can effectively go out into the world and make those changes, so that those who otherwise would victimize us will be hamstrung by the position that they are placed in, having to defend this immorality of white erasing people from Southern California, is a magnificent thing. I'm so excited about this, and I thank you deeply for this service to White Wellbeing. Really looking forward to seeing the GFC in Southern California rocking it. So folks, if you are in California or a former resident of California, maybe you got heritage in California, reach out, become a part of this Patrick's GFC down there. And any final words, brother, before we let you go for tonight?
Just have a Promethean Christmas, and thank you for everything that you've done, Jason. Everything that you've done really means a lot to me, and to everybody in this community. So thank you.
Well, no, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. We're shoulder to shoulder, and it's much appreciated. But Promethean hails, and call in anytime you want.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a great night.
You too. Wow. Isn't that exciting? Another new GFC. This has been a night of miracles. And we got a few more calls. If let's see, who was Jim Bob? Are you still around? Send me a message so that I know that you are around. If you want to have a call tonight, and then I believe Mr. V would also like a call tonight. So let me know who else would like to have a call in the final 19 minutes or so that we have. But what a glorious night that it has been, this gathering. And looks like Jim Bob's ready. We'll take this call in just a moment. What a glorious night. It's been so many people stepping up to make a difference in the world and encouraging each other. GFCs are spreading. People will be joining these. People will be coming to understand this brand new practice, this brand new way to approach what's happening to us in the world. And that is a very exciting thing. I'll call you right now, Jim Bob. Here goes the call.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. How are you?
Oh, magnificent. It just couldn't be better. Hey, Merry Christmas, good Yule, Happy New Year to you. What do you want to talk about tonight, brother?
Merry Christmas and Happy Yule. Well, I had a suggestion for iteration 3 because there's a lot of people I've been talking to, and I'm trying to explain to them why the term white genocide doesn't work and white erasure works better. And there's some people I've gotten to pick up white genocide by explaining it to this way. This is just a suggestion of if you want to add this in iteration 3 of additional reasons that have, as far as explaining it to a lot of people, I've had more success getting them to pick up white erasure and testing it. But I wrote this down basically this, and you could change it the way I say it, but by saying white erasure, getting the point across to a vague isn't reliant on the vague seeing the big picture. It doesn't require taking them down a long rabbit hole. It doesn't limit the examples one can point out. The term white erasure can be applied to all big or small forms of erasure of Western kind, while the word genocide only implies the total erasure of our people and just in the form of our physical bodies, nevertheless. At least in practice of using the word, the term genocide, it implies that the concern ends at physical survival. It implies that the death of our biospirit wouldn't be of concern so long as we are still breathing. It implies all other forms of white erasure through media, education, government, religion, countries, culture, etc., is not inherently immoral, rather only bad due to being a tool for genocide, while the term white erasure implies the degradation, erasure of Western kind, erasure or injury of our biospiritual expressions, and ultimate death of our biospirit is inherently immoral, and total white erasure or genocide is even worse. The term white erasure implies that our survival is the bare minimum of our well-being. Saying white genocide paints the big picture. Saying white erasure paints the full picture in the subconscious. Saying white erasure sources the root of why it's immoral. And these points, they're not just important for those going free to understand for the sake of the dialectics. It's also important for those going free to not lose track of why we're stopping white erasure, what we're fighting for, because we're more than just flesh. But of course, I know I kind of just laid that a lot out in there, but that was, I don't know, what do you think?
I absolutely love it. I absolutely, especially the part where, and this is wonderful, and this is why when we come together, we're submitting to the objective, which is the recapture of our destiny on all the various levels, that we're able to get there. We're able to take in these things that are solve for reason, solve for logic, and then we submit them to the rest of the scientific method, experimentation. And I really like this part of it where you were talking. I like all of it, but I really like where you're talking about how just talking about this biological erasure, just this white genocide, is not talking about everything else. You're exactly right. The implication is that as long as we are still breathing, as long as there are still white people alive, that it's okay to erase everything else about us. And it's not okay. We're not going to survive with everything that we care about being white erased. We're not going to be able to survive. We're certainly, much less excel, but we're certainly not going to be able to survive if we're not even allowed to celebrate that which ends up being white erased. So I think it's brilliant. I think it's magnificent. That's a very powerful point. I really like that. And I've taken a note on it. And thank you so much for calling in, brother.
Thank you very much. If you want, I could also send you in the writing on that. Obviously, if
please,
if you put that, you'd have to, we'd probably have to put in I wrote also, if you were to add total white erasure to the glossary.
Okay, please.
That would be, but
absolutely.
You said, where would you rather me send you that?
You can send it right on here, right on Skype.
All right. It might be would you rather that in a PDF?
That would work. Absolutely.
All right. I'll send it to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jim Bob. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. Thank you for being an active participant and thinking about and going out in your conversations and trying to find a way. You've gathered from going free, the practice of going free, exactly what we're trying to achieve. That has become your goal. Your conversations and your thinking then is on how do we get from where we are here to where we want to be there. And this is a magnificent bridge to cross that gorge. Well done.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome to call in anytime. You just let me know, brother.
Also, I appreciate you letting me on too. And
absolutely.
Also let you know, I have some. Well, I'm not saying your name, but I brought there's someone else very close to me that I have, who's well, she's in the middle of doing something now, but she's back and forth watching the stream.
Great.
Yeah.
And
but,
she's now going free as well.
Starting, not fully, you know, she's adapting to it, but
awesome.
He's starting to, yes.
That's wonderful. Well, give her our love, and we want her to go free. There's a lot inside of her, a lot of strength, physical, mental, spiritual, that has been muted by the mean pathogens that we're all infected with. Just anti-white ideas. That's all it is, and it undermines our potential. We want her to reach her fullest in all things that she does. So God bless the both of you, and thank you for your service, brother, and Promethean hails to you.
Thank you, Promethean hails. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And happy Yule.
Yes, indeed. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Isn't that magnificent? You just don't see this elsewhere. And I think we have Mr. V. Are you there? Are you with us? And then if anybody else, we're down to just under 9 minutes, some odd seconds left. But you don't really see. I mean, in my time in the white sympathetic sphere over all the years, there wasn't a time that I can recall where people could take up the ideology, if you will. In this case, it's a practice, not an ideology, where they could take it up, they could begin using it in their lives, then they could find a way that something that they think of, maybe this will work. They try it out, they see, okay, maybe it works here, maybe I'll go ahead and recommend it. And then go to the community and say, I've got something that might be valuable. Maybe not, maybe so, but here it is. And then have those who are sort of more central to it, been doing it longer, hear the information and say, yeah, we're going to take that on board. No, in fact, it's the exact opposite. You come from somewhere else and you want to, even if you're this big fan of what they are doing, and you show up and you say, I have a recommendation. I know this well because I made plenty of recommendations over the years. And in fact, the opposite happens. They don't want to hear you. They already have, it's all figured out. It's already cult-like. They already have like the structure that they're going to move forward with. They're going to document the doom, dissect the doom. They already have an interpretation of some economic structure, some social organization. It's all been, you can't add anything to it. You just have to imitate that same thing, which by the way, lost. And if they vary from it at all, well, then the cult members of that ideology, whatever it is, they're going to hound you, they're going to misrepresent you, they're going to slander you, and they're certainly, at a minimum, they're going to prevent you from being able to share any of your criticisms, any of your ideas. And that, of course, is a path very quickly to perdition. You can look at what is one of the most common things that they've said. I know I've heard it a million times from these people. Don't punch right, which means no criticism permitted. No productive criticism, constructive criticism, productive criticism permitted. You just have to go with this cult-like oath and plan. Worship this, hate that, and be the bad guy. And if you don't, then you'll suffer the consequences. Not a remedy, a remedy or a suggestion or a strategy for success. And that's why, of course, we haven't gotten there. I'm going to try to call the great Mr. V because I think he is available and wanted to chat. It appears that the connection has been lost. So if the great Mr. V gets the connection running, he just messaged me, brother, and if we have any time left, it will be yours. Until then, though, I just want to say thank you all so very much. This has been another powerful Going Free gathering. We've shared some really powerful things over the course of the gathering. I would like you very much, if you use any of the suggestions, any of the approaches, the specific ones in the lesson, the Going Free lesson of the day, in your upcoming holiday get-togethers, your parties, etc., maybe work party, maybe party at the lodge or whatever it is, or your volunteer group. If you have one of these conversations and you interject this or anything, come back and tell us how it went. Maybe you didn't, maybe you said the right thing, but you didn't have all the confidence that you should have had. And so a really vile anti-white still steamrolled you. Come and talk about it. I'll tell you, I'll speak to it. Yiz will speak to it. She was talking about how you have to say it with confidence, say it like everybody knows already. That's what I've been doing. That's what she does. That's what works. People will understand. And just like she said, don't you want to be the person that when you have that anti-white at work or whatever it is, you say one thing and they look like they've been punched in the gut and there's no response? Isn't that what you want? You know, the alternative is to continue to go down the road to perdition. And there are several different vehicles to get in to do that. You can be vague and just act stupid like you don't know. You could be one of the followers of the conservative or Republican strategy and just try to beg for morsels from the table from other more powerful anti-whites than yourself. You could get into one of these villainy roles and then have everybody at work hate you, and then that would be total justification for firing you. Or you can be a moral champion of a new age, a new dawn that is rising, this time the sun in the west, hoisted by these champions, change agents for something noble, heroic, and good. And that is the end of anti-whitism across Western civilization. It's going to be the one true revolution that in all the history books will trump everything that has gone before, because it is started and is moving by way of ordinary folks with humble means at their disposal. They are the ones making this happen, not the powerful with all the wealth and ruling religious bodies and all of this. In fact, we have all of that against us, and we are still victorious in every time we have a contest. There will be many arguments. There will be many conversations. There will be many polite opportunities for you to say, that sounds like anti-whitism. You probably shouldn't share that around the house. Western kind is harmed by what you're saying here. And you'll see that little light bulb go off. Western kind. We're people. We're not just some skin color. Race isn't skin deep. Another MC. And they won't have to look at you like you're representative of some antique store. Like you marched into an antique store looking like a normal person, and then you marched out of it looking like a loon, wearing the attire, talking with the language and etc. of the antiques in that antique store. They'll see you as a normal person, as you are, who cares and is concerned about everybody, and who is at this level fed up with anti-whitism and the harm being done to us. And you're not going to put up with their lying pretexts from the anti-whites anymore. We're putting our foot down. We're drawing a line in the sand, and we're saying enough is enough. We'll hop on over really quickly, and we see here over on Entropy, White Healing did send me a brand new sticker. I won't be able to share that with you all tonight, but we will have it for next week. Thank you so much, champion. Looks like another champion, Yiz, jumped in with $10 more. Is this right? Yes, $10 more financial gift from our great Yiz the Unifier. And she writes with these $10. Thank you, sister. I'm sorry I got choked up at the end of the call. Please don't be sorry about that at all. She says, I usually keep my composure, but I'm exhausted and emotional. I am moved beyond words at how much my life has changed and how positive things are since I discovered this community and the Go Free method. I wish you all the most lovely white Christmas. Well, God bless you for that. Thank you so much. And I was getting choked up myself. So nothing to be apologetic for. This is, let me tell you, in the most, I guess, life-threatening of moments for people, heroes throughout all of the ages, when they are doing the right thing and they are standing in the gap, if you will, against whatever it is, whatever that invader is, something material, something something living, animate, inanimate, whatever it might be. When they have had to stand in the gap, those true champions have had tears in their eyes from the beginning to the end of that service. And that reveals the true glory and nobility in the heart of those people. Those awful people who pretend like they're going to take up arms at some point and they have big words, when they step up or they claim to step up into that gap and that threat truly presents itself, every time without question, they scatter like vermin. Their only thing they can do is strike out at weakness, when people are at rest, when people are at repose. Champions are ones who face that oncoming victimizer, that oncoming train, and they say no more. And the only way they can stay in that gap with that oncoming train is because love keeps them there. God bless you. Get a round of raucous emojis together, folks, for Bass Guitarist, who just financially gifted $25. God bless you, and thank you so very much for that financial gift, brother. He writes here, it is a very talented individual here in service to White Wellbeing. He writes, Merry Christmas. Stay based, Jason. I'll do my best. And I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so very much. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. That the grains of sand have run out just about in our gathering today, but it has been marvelous to be with you all, as it always is. First, last, returned. Wonderful to see you, brother. And there's Brad C. Archangel saying, have you worn your No White Guilt face mask? Absolutely have. He says, I've been having wild success with mine. Really, you should next going free, you should share some of the conversations you've had as a consequence of wearing those masks. That's fantastic. I love wearing mine. I wore mine through the airport. Thank you so much for those. It's really magnificent. And I think what I'll do is I'll maybe make the rest that you sent me available for folks at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. I've already washed mine twice, so I know it can go through the wash and survive. I just don't put it through the dryer, let it dry. And all right. Let's see what else we have here. Justice is here. And Lockie, hello to you, brother. All the champions are out tonight. Well, remember, folks, First Last says he's saving up for his next financial gift. Well, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so very much. Anglo America is here. Says, how are you, brother? I'm great. Hello to Jim as well. Franklin Peanut is here. Great to see you. Another true champion in service to White Wellbeing. Listen, we're a couple minutes over the 9 o'clock hour right here in Washington, D.C., outside the nation's capital, also known as Mordor here in the United States. This vile city where evil pours because anti-whites live there. Hopefully, I know for sure, we'll change the language in the population, and they'll have to change the way they talk to us to push forward their anti-whitism. You're going to be going forward, folks, into conversations in the next couple of days at Christmas parties, at work, and the home, your friend's house. You're going to be going out, maybe the lodge, maybe Girl Scouts, maybe what are you practicing this time of year? Soccer or whatever sports they're playing. Now I stopped watching sports ball. But you're going to be in these environments and you're going to have an opportunity. And it's a season of love. Whether you believe in Christ or Odin or just the goodwill of the human spirit, whatever it might be, this is the season of love. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the Vagues, I want you to let them know that there's a new practice in town, a new force of nature in town that is changing things in the world, that loves enough to be angry where anger is warranted, to have a kind pat on the back when that's necessary. Let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. And I know I've made plenty of errors trying to help people out. I've gotten impatient, and I need to do better at that. You'll make errors too. But the point is that if you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. Happy New Year. I love you all. Let's go free.